Phoenix Knights. Chapter 4461. If you dare to kill him, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Sacred Leader Qiang roared hysterically. He was so close to his son, but he couldn't rush over. He could only watch as Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Idiot! If I don't kill him, will you let me go? Ling Xiao curled his lips. He didn't take Sacred Leader Qiang's threat seriously at all. Qi Xiao, this is the price you have to pay for killing a martial artist from the Fighting Soul's sacred city. Go to hell! Ling Xiao didn't use his sword. He directly reached into Qi Xiao's body and crushed his inner core. After killing Qi Xiao, Ling Xiao looked at Sacred Leader Qiang and the others proudly. It was a provocation. Since the 3,000 holy cities have no rules, I will set the rules. What an arrogant young man. What a proud young man. He even ignored the law master. If it was before, people thought that Ling Xiao was just joking. Now they were sure that Ling Xiao was going to be an enemy of the law master. He wanted to be the master of the 3,000 holy cities. This kid was really not joking. They didn't understand. Even the 3 people from the Golden City who supported him were obviously unable to hold on. Green Lotus Swordswoman and Zhao Fengyan were injured. Patriarch Scarlet Flame was also in a passive position. The Law Master was much stronger than Sacred Leader Qiang, even if Patriarch Scarlet Flame had a powerful treasure. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What exactly did he rely on to dare to say that? Could it be that he had lost his mind? People felt that they could no longer understand Ling Xiao's actions. They could only watch and perhaps they would know the answer later. Sacred Leader Qiang was there. His son was dead, and he seemed to have lost his motivation. He completely collapsed. Sacred Leader Qiang had many sons. But Qi Xiao was the one he loved the most, and was also the most talented one. He represented Sacred Leader Qiang's future. Now, he was actually killed. This kind of blow was really hard for him to bear. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. The golden battle was over. However, today's excitement had only just begun. Ancestor Scarlet Flame returned to Ling Xiao's side while Ling Xiao returned to the Battle Alliance. Behind him were the martial artists of the Battle Alliance. There would definitely be a battle today. This was what he wanted. Without this excuse, he still couldn't completely eradicate Crimson Sun Holy City. Eradicating Commandment's sacred city. Now, everything was gathered. He couldn't wait for the other party to start the battle quickly. The Dharma Master floated in midair and sneered coldly. Ling Xiao disregarded the rules and used an extremely cruel method to kill his opponent. Not only that, he even tried to kill the Beast Tamer General. The Beast Tamer General represented the Golden City. Making an enemy out of General Beast Tamer, making an enemy out of me, is tantamount to treason. This old man hopes that those who are helping the tyrant will listen. Whoever dared to continue protecting Ling Xiao and helping Ling Xiao would be considered a traitor of the City of Gold. Whoever it is must die. Everyone knew that this was slander, but the neutral martial artists did not dare to utter a word. Even some members of the Battle Alliance began to waver. After all, Ling Xiao's current behavior was a bit too crazy. It had already exceeded their expectations. They were really afraid of becoming the enemy of the City of Gold. At that time, even if they had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Old dog. Your ability to distort black and white is quite strong. You said that I cruelly killed Qi Xiao, but I didn't violate the rules, and he didn't admit defeat in the end. You said that I wanted to rebel? Attack the Beast Tamer General? Haha, may I ask the Dharma Master, our ancestor Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman from the City of Gold? You injured them. Does that count as treason? There's no need to mention those filthy things from before. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why use such a dignified reason? It's just a joke. Old dog, your skin is really thick. Ling Xiao's words could be said to be extremely sharp. The Dharma Master's old face turned red. Humph, so what if this old man wants you dead? Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, the Dharma Master simply stopped talking and revealed a shameless look. He was planning to go all out. He didn't have the reason, but he had the strength. The warriors of the Scarlet Sun Alliance were already prepared to kill Ling Xiao, the person who had embarrassed them. Anyway, they had already surrounded the Divine Martial Sacred City, so the news here wouldn't be leaked. Even if someone said it in the future, there would be no evidence. Ling Xiao was already dead, so who would speak up for him? Haha, an old dog is an old dog. You've finally revealed your ugly side. Ling Xiao mocked and looked at the people of the Battle Alliance behind him. If anyone wants to leave the Battle Alliance now, it's still not too late. I won't stop you. He also wanted to use this opportunity to tidy up the Battle Alliance. Those who joined the Battle Alliance might not be sincere. Some were just helpless. Some were even spies. At this time, it was the most testing of human nature. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. As expected, people from the Battle Alliance began to leave. There were quite a few. They felt that Ling Xiao offending the Law Master and the beast-taming general was the most stupid thing to do. He could do other things, but why did he openly become enemies with the Law Master and the beast-taming general? They didn't want to be buried with him. In the end, some people announced that they would leave the Battle Alliance. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, did you see that? This is the result of being betrayed by your friends and family. Even they know that you can't be saved. And you still can't see it clearly, you idiot! The Law Master sneered. He thought that his prestige was still very strong. At least the neutral warriors didn't dare to express their stance. The Scarlet Sun Alliance would definitely follow him. Now, even half of the Battle Alliance's people had sided with him. What else did Ling Xiao have? There was nothing left. What a betrayal! Didn't I throw out all trash? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Those who stayed are all good. You will all be the mainstays of the 3,000 sacred cities in the future. Stop bragging. You can't even protect yourself. What future? Qi Yuan sneered. That's right. The Law Master announces here today. Ling Xiao has committed a capital punishment. There's no need to interrogate him, he'll be executed on the spot. Anyone here can kill him. Kill him, and I'll immediately let him soar. The Law Master threatened on one hand, but on the other hand, he tempted with benefits. He really put in a lot of effort. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Law Master and said, Today, the Battle Alliance will also set a rule. The Law Master of the Commandment Sacred City will not listen to the orders of the Golden City. He intends to rebel. The beast-taming general is in cahoots with him. The Scarlet Sun Alliance is his henchman. Today, I represent the Golden City to eradicate him. Whoever dares to help them will be an accomplice and will be executed. Hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues. This Ling Xiao was too cruel. He actually wanted to kill the Law Master and the beast-taming general? I'll kill you first. At this moment, the Scarlet Sun Holy Lord suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. He was in a complete mess just now. But when he saw his son's corpse, his anger finally allowed him to regain some rationality. He knew that instead of feeling sorry for himself, it was better to avenge his son. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame stood in front of Ling Xiao. The Scarlet Sun Holy Lord didn't look at him at all. In his eyes there was only Ling Xiao. Chapter 4462. The Law Master was still talking when Sacred Leader Qiang suddenly attacked. He pounced on Ling Xiao like a madman. At this moment, he only had eyes for Ling Xiao. Only by tearing Ling Xiao into pieces could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Patriarch Qiang wanted to stop Sacred Leader Qiang. However, he was blocked by the Beast Tamer General. Everyone looked over in shock. Things happened too quickly, and many people couldn't react in time. A Divine Body Realm martial artist was extremely fast. In an instant, he passed by Patriarch Qiang and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Even Green Lotus Swordswoman and Zhao Fengyun didn't have time to block him. Everyone watched as Sacred Leader Qiang slammed his palm toward Ling Xiao. Great Sacred Leader! Jiang Nan roared in horror. She knew very well what would happen to the Battle Alliance once Ling Xiao died. Perhaps everyone would suffer a calamity. The people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance would not show mercy to him. Those guys would definitely kill them all. Die, Ling Xiao! Sacred Leader Qiang saw the color in Ling Xiao's eyes. It wasn't fear. It was sarcasm and ridicule. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao would have such an expression when he was about to die. Was this person really not afraid of death? Or was he just stupid? Damn it, it's you! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cruel light. A huge demonic beast appeared from the void beside him. It directly pierced through Sacred Leader Qiang's dantian. How can this be? How can this be? Sacred Leader Qiang had seen the giant demon king of the Battle Soul Sacred City before, but he never dreamed that the giant demon king was in Ling Xiao's hands. That's why I said you're stupid. Thank you for giving me such a big gift. Ling Xiao laughed sarcastically. His demonic claw directly crushed Sacred Leader Qiang's inner core. Then, he threw Sacred Leader Qiang's corpse out. The abundant energy merged into Ling Xiao's body. It felt really good. This was the inner core of a divine body realm expert. Although it couldn't directly transform into his strength, however, it could be the key to his advancement. It was hidden in the potential cells. Ling Xiao was feeling his body's potential being greatly replenished. There was dead silence. No one had thought that something like this would happen. From the moment the Scarlet Sun's sacred leader launched a sneak attack to the moment he was killed, everyone was dumbfounded. At first, many people thought that Ling Xiao would die. In the end, Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun had died. That was a divine physique echelon expert. The Law Master and the Beast Tamer General both sucked in a breath of cold air. In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 divine body realms on their side had died. Moreover, it was an instant kill. This brat! The Law Lord's eyes narrowed into slits. He felt that he had to reevaluate this person. Perhaps Ling Xiao was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The Law Master even had a feeling that he might have underestimated the situation. The current situation was seriously out of his control. The neutral martial artists were completely surprised. They had already guessed that Ling Xiao might have some sort of trump card up his sleeve. As expected, he actually killed a divine body realm martial artist in an instant. This was too insane. Could it be that Ling Xiao wasn't being greedy when he said that earlier? Neither was it a dream. Was it real? The Battle Alliance martial artists were completely overjoyed. After a period of despair, the remaining Battle Alliance martial artists rejoiced over their decision. As for the martial artists who left the Battle Alliance, they were extremely regretful. The group of people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance was completely dumbfounded. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun was the leader of the Scarlet Sun Alliance in name. Now, he was actually killed, and it was by Ling Xiao. They felt a strong sense of absurdity. However, some people thought more about it. Ling Xiao killed Qi Xiao. If it was just a provocation, then, killing Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun was an absolute declaration of war. It was obvious that he didn't care about the Law Master, the Beast Tamer General, and the Scarlet Sun Alliance at all. He didn't seem to be joking when he said that he would put these people on trial. At this moment, Ling Xiao hooked his finger at the Law Master. Old dog, no matter how loud you bark, why don't you just attack directly? Why are you being so wishy-washy? Look at how straightforward Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun is. He came directly to his death. How straightforward! When he said this, Ling Xiao laughed arrogantly. Good, good. Very good. I've never seen such an arrogant young man. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. You must have some puppet or something on you. I don't care about a mere puppet. The Law Master was completely enraged. No matter what happened today, no matter what Ling Xiao did today, things had already developed to this stage. He couldn't back down. He couldn't back down. General Beast Tamer killed Qihua, Qing Lian, and Zhao Fengyun. I know you can do it. After speaking, the Law Lord leaped into the air and released a terrifying aura that covered the entire sky. They were both at the first level of the divine physique echelon, but this Law Master was obviously much stronger than Sacred Leader Scarlet's son and General Beast Tamer. He should be the king of the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. When the people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance saw the Law Master make a move, they heaved a sigh of relief. In their eyes, the Law Master was a godlike existence. At least in the 3,000 holy cities, he was invincible. As long as he made a move, no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he had to die today. He was suppressed by the Law Master's aura. Ling Xiao felt a huge pressure as if the sky was falling down. He felt very uncomfortable. Humph! Looking at Ling Xiao's appearance, the Law Master smiled in disdain. All martial artists of the 3,000 holy cities, listen up! Kill the martial artists of the Battle Alliance. Kill them all! Leave no one alive! I want to uphold the rules of the 3,000 holy cities and defend the dignity of the City of Gold. In midair, the Law Master said loudly. At this time, this old man was still full of principles. He was really good at twisting the truth. Ling Xiao scolded. Old dog, do you still have the right to talk about rules? From the day Commandment Holy City protected Qi Xiao, the rules have nothing to do with you. Qi Xiao broke the rules continuously in the battle, and you all pretended to be blind. Now you want to talk about rules? You're wrong. Strength is the rule. I'm stronger than you. Stronger than everyone. So, those who go against me should be killed. The Law Master said coldly. Damn, you're a hoodlum. You're not hiding it at all. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Wouldn't it have been better if you said this earlier? At the end of the day, everything depends on strength. If you can kill me, I'll be convinced. However, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. At this time, it was useless to say anything more. Strength was everything. It was because of strength that Scarlet Sun Holy City could do whatever they wanted. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. If Ling Xiao, this weirdo, did not appear, everything Qi Xiao did would be considered normal. They would think that he should be protected. They would think that he was different from them and that he was above the law. Once this became the norm, it would be a real tragedy. Therefore, to break the old rules, it was not just to improve them. They had to defeat those who defended the old rules completely. And the Law Master was such a person. If he was killed, then the 3,000 holy cities could establish a new order. Chapter 4463. A terrifying killing intent spread in the sky like haze, instantly covering the entire sky. It was released crazily. It could be seen how angry the Law Master was. For so many years, the 3,000 holy cities had never dared to resist his existence. Ling Xiao, very good. However, the more outstanding such a person was, the more dangerous his rule was. For the sake of the harmony of the 3,000 holy cities in the future, he had to get rid of Ling Xiao. He definitely couldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to grow stronger. When he grew stronger, he would have no way to survive. Feeling the Law Master's terrifying aura, the people of the Battle Alliance were all worried for Ling Xiao. After going through the test, they were all people who firmly supported Ling Xiao. They definitely didn't want to see Ling Xiao defeated. Some neutral martial artists also sighed. Although Ling Xiao could kill Sacred Leader Qiang, the Law Master was on a different level from Sacred Leader Qiang. If he was angered, there was probably no way to survive. However, facing the Law Master, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. A terrifying aura was released from his body. Then, a huge body covered his entire body. Giant demon body! There was a shadow around his body. It was like a giant demon. This was because Ling Xiao had borrowed the power of the giant demon king. The Sky Tyrant martial soul was all-encompassing. As long as it was the power of the Sky Tyrant universe, Ling Xiao could actually borrow it. If the giant demon king was sent to fight, he probably wouldn't be a match for the Law Master. After all, the giant demon king relied on his physical body. His combat skills were too simple. It was possible to kill Sacred Leader Qiang, but it was too difficult to kill the Law Master. Borrowing this kind of power was different. Ling Xiao could still use his own martial skills, use his own fighting style. The giant demon king's power would be maximized. Once, when he was in the heavenly demon ghost region, he used the heavenly demon epiphyllum to enter the divine body realm. That feeling was still very clear. Therefore, he didn't need to use the power of the divine body realm at all. They noticed Ling Xiao's strange change. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? I feel like his aura has increased by a lot in an instant. He's almost on par with the Law Master. This brat really has some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he completely disregarded the Law Lord. The Dharma Master frowned as well. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would send out something like a puppet to fight him. In that case, he would be able to attack Ling Xiao's body. He had plenty of such methods. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be like this. Borrowing the power of another divine body realm martial artist. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. This was beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge. Even the Law Master couldn't understand. Why are you so surprised? Ling Xiao laughed in disdain. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Come on then. I want to see what an old dog like you can do to me. Actually, if you don't provoke me, you old dog can still be your Law Master peacefully. But you shouldn't have provoked me. Since you've provoked me, you have to pay a huge price. Ling Xiao flew up indifferently. With his current state, even a core-shattering realm martial artist could be killed by him in an instant. Not to mention those core realm martial artists. The Law Master's expression was very ugly. But he felt that even if such an unforeseen event happened, Ling Xiao's strength was still not stronger than his. Because Ling Xiao's strength had increased, but his martial skills had not. He didn't know that Ling Xiao knew divine martial skills. Divine martial skills would increase as one's strength increased. At this time, the battle between General Beast Tamer and Ancestor Scarlet Flame had already begun. The battle between the Scarlet Sun Alliance and the Battle Alliance had also begun. This was destined to change the 3,000 sacred cities. Ling Xiao and the Law Master didn't look down. They were focused on their opponents. Experts of the same level didn't dare to be distracted. Once they were distracted, they might be ambushed by others. Ling Xiao, you destroyed the harmony of the 3,000 sacred cities. You ignored the Law Master and General Beast Tamer. You offended your superiors. You deserve to die. On behalf of the Commandment Sacred City, I will punish you. Kill. He was really trying to pull a banner and pull a tiger's skin. Even at this time, the Law Master still wanted to frame Ling Xiao. He probably used to trick others like this in the past. A leopard can't change its spots. As soon as he finished speaking, the Law Master suddenly attacked. That terrifying aura even made everyone who was fighting stop. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight. It was that this aura was too terrifying. They wanted to continue, but they couldn't even control their vital essence freely. Heaven and earth shook. The wind and clouds changed color. Ling Xiao stared at the other party. Under the body of the giant demon, the infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformed and released a demon-like power. Kill. The same powerful aura, the same powerful aura. The same powerful attack. The same fast speed. They collided together crazily. At that moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A strange image appeared in the air. It seemed to be another plane. Ling Xiao retreated 100 meters away. And the Law Master only retreated a dozen meters. There was still a gap. But he still had the strength to fight. The shock wave caused by the collision of the two was like a gust of wind, blowing the martial artists on the ground up. There was no way to continue. Everyone tacitly stopped fighting and waited for the result of the battle between Ling Xiao and the Law Master. In the first exchange, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. But he wasn't injured. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. First, he killed Sacred Lord Qiang, and now he was evenly matched with the Law Master. Wasn't this a little too perverse? If he had used this power in the Golden Battle back then, Qi Xiao wouldn't have been able to do anything. Everyone suddenly admired Ling Xiao even more. He clearly had a stronger power, but he didn't use it because it didn't belong to him. On the contrary, Qi Xiao used the water of sin and the heart of the flood dragon. Now that they thought about it, it was really ridiculous. You're not my match. It's not too late to stop now. As long as you're willing to be my disciple, I can give you the commandment Sacred City. The Law Master changed his mind after the first exchange. This was because he realized that even if he had a certain advantage, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. This kid was too fast. His defense was too strong. If he couldn't kill him, he would definitely become a problem in the future. It was better to rope him in. Of course, he didn't really want to rope him in. After Ling Xiao submitted, he would naturally think of a way to get rid of him. Hee, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Old dog, are you old and muddle-headed? You want me to be your disciple? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Besides, you said you're stronger than me? I can show you what true strength is. The Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. This was because the giant demon body could completely conceal the aura of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. So even if he was in the limelight, he didn't care. As the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was released, Ling Xiao's eyes turned completely black. It was like the boundless universe. His entire body also released an ancient desolate aura. The Sky Tyrant Martial Soul didn't show on the outside. Instead, it merged into his body. Everyone read. Chapter 4464. The Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was integrated into Ling Xiao's body, but a terrifying aura was still released. This aura made the Law Master shudder. Something's wrong! The Law Master's heart trembled. Humph! Ling Xiao snorted and stabbed out with his sword. The Dongxing Demon God Sword was emitting the light of the universe. It was brewing the power of the universe. Even an ordinary move was enough to split the sky. Dodge! The Law Master exclaimed. Ling Xiao had suddenly become incomparably strong, and he had no idea why. Moreover, Ling Xiao's gaze was not only on him, but also the people of the Scarlet Sun Alliance behind him. Ling Xiao's ambition was not small. When he first joined the 3,000 sacred cities, it was definitely not to enter the Golden City. Or rather, it was not entirely. His real goal was to unify the Golden Sky region. And to occupy the Golden Sky region, he must first take down the 3,000 sacred cities. Fortunately, the commandment Sacred City courted death and gave him a chance. How could he not seize it? Boom! The sword light turned into the light of the universe and fell into the crowd. Screams of agony rang out everywhere. The martial artists of the Scarlet Sun Alliance who did not dodge in time were all killed. There were more than 1,000 of them. Deep cracks appeared on the ground. It was a very strange sight. Terrifying! Is this his true power? Everyone looked at the terrifying destructive power in horror, trembling in fear. If they did not dodge that sword, they would probably be like those who died. They would have become meat paste. Everyone, let's work together and kill him! The Law Master had a feeling that he could no longer rely on his own strength to kill Ling Xiao. Not to mention killing him, it would be a blessing to be able to stay alive in front of this guy. Ling Xiao looked at the Law Master with contempt. Old dog, are you afraid? I have something to say too. If you join the Battle Alliance now, you can be spared from death. He was not a murderous maniac. It was enough to intimidate them. Moreover, most of the people of the Scarlet Sun Alliance were insignificant. They could not control their own fate. What Ling Xiao wanted to kill now was the main culprit. Law Master, Beast Taming General, Sin Holy Lord, Saint Lord Divine Sword, Beast Tamer Sacred Lord. In addition, there were also Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, an ape demon, who had tried to use the marrow extermination pill to harm him. Kill! Ling Xiao brandished his sword again. The 9 giant beasts tore through the air and left. His speed was extremely fast. His target was the Beast Tamer General. The Beast Tamer General was slightly weaker than the Law Lord. If they wanted to kill him, they would naturally kill him first. Law masters were more troublesome and could be dealt with slowly. In any case, he couldn't let the two of them join forces. If they joined forces, it would be very troublesome. Rumble! The sound of heaven and earth shattering resounded through the sky. General Beast Tamer turned to look at the terrifying beast. His heart trembled violently. He never thought that Ling Xiao would suddenly abandon the Law Master to attack him. At this moment, the Dharma Master had already dodged. The pitiful him could only face this terrifying attack alone. There was no way he could avoid it. The only thing he could do was to resist. Die. With a furious roar, a huge octopus appeared behind the Beast Tamer General. So this was his martial soul. Although it was ugly, it was very useful. Dense tentacles stretched out and collided with Ling Xiao's attack. No matter what, he had to block it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying rumbling sounds came one after another. This Beast Tamer General did have some ability. The tentacles blocked all 9 sword lights. However, Ling Xiao's face was still cold. This was because his true killing move was not this move. Void Shattering Finger. It directly traveled through the void and arrived in front of the Beast Tamer General in an instant. It pierced toward the Beast Tamer General's dantian. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the Beast Tamer General. Of course, he wouldn't attack other places. Although a divine body realm martial artist didn't have an inner core, the dantian was still a vital point. What? The Beast Tamer General's expression was stunned. He was completely stiff. He knew that he couldn't block it anymore. Chi! The void shattering finger pierced through the Beast Tamer General's body and made a hole in his dantian. No. The Beast Tamer General let out the last roar of his life. He was the Beast Tamer General. He was a divine body realm warrior. He was a powerful warrior from the Golden City. How could he die in the hands of a young brat? However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Although a divine body realm warrior wouldn't die instantly like a divine core warrior, his dantian would be pierced through. However, his life force would be rapidly drained. Unless he received treatment in time, he would be dead for sure. The Beast Tamer General's body fell to the ground. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Everyone's shock had reached its peak. Ling Xiao had killed the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord. Then, he was on par with the Law Lord. And now, he even killed the Beast Tamer General. 3 divine body realm warriors, 2 of them were dead. The Scarlet Sun Alliance's advantage was gone. No wonder Ling Xiao dared to offend the Scarlet Sun Alliance. He dared to offend the Law Lord. He wasn't afraid at all. Die. Right when Ling Xiao killed the Beast Tamer General, the Law Lord made his move. Just now, he thought Ling Xiao was going to attack him. That was why he chose to dodge. However, when he saw the Beast Tamer General being killed, he felt fear and regret. If he joined forces with the Beast Tamer General, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. But now, he was in trouble. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the time when Ling Xiao was attacking the Beast Tamer General to launch a sneak attack. A powerful palm strike flew toward Ling Xiao. He felt that if this palm landed on something solid, even Ling Xiao's intestines would be directly slapped out of his body. Ling Xiao took a few steps back. However, the Law Lord was determined to kill him. His arms suddenly extended. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it. Bang! This palm finally landed on the ground. However, there was no smile on the Law Lord's face. Because his hand was grabbed by Ling Xiao. A mocking look flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. Do you really think I can't dodge it? I'm just kidding. Let go. The Law Lord panicked. He could feel that Ling Xiao's hand was like a demon's. It was extremely strong and extremely sharp. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't. Leave an arm behind. Ling Xiao sneered and exerted more force in his hand. Rip! The Law Lord's right arm was torn off. The Law Lord's hysterical scream could be heard in midair. The people below were stunned. This scene made them feel that it was so unreal. In the past, only the Law Lord treated others like this. No one had ever treated him like this. Get lost. the Law Lord roared. Although he lost his right hand, his left arm was still there. That left hand formed a fist and smashed toward Ling Gao's head. Ling Xiao broke his arm. He wanted to smash Ling Zhao's head. Boom! Ling Xiao sneered and blocked with his fist. The demon god fist exploded and easily tore apart the Law Lord's fist force. Retreat! The Law Lord realized that something was wrong. In a flash, he was ready to leave. However, he realized that he couldn't move his body. Ling Xiao released 9 snake heads from his back and bit him tightly. Let go of me! The Law Lord roared crazily and fearfully. Chapter 4465. The Dharma Lord tried his best to break free from Ling Zhao's control. But he couldn't. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They couldn't accept this. The Dharma Lord was completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. He was going to be tortured. Oh! Another shrill scream rang out. The Dharma Lord's other arm was torn apart. Blood splattered in the air. Everyone was terrified. But with the help of his broken arm, the Dharma Lord was finally able to escape from the danger. But before he could run far, a terrifying aura attacked him again. The entire sky was filled with killing intent. Kill! Since Ling Xiao had decided to become the Dharma Lord's enemy, there was no way he would let the Dharma Lord leave. A terrifying sword beam exploded in the sky. The Dharma Lord panicked and hid in the crowd. He casually grabbed a warrior and threw him over. The warrior was torn into pieces in the sky. Looking at this shocking scene, the Dharma Lord's heart was trembling. Ling Zhao's combat skills were extremely powerful. Even when he was at the perfect heavenly core realm, he was able to challenge those at a higher realm. Now, he had mastered such terrifying strength, and he had merged it with the great Devil King's strength. In addition, he also had the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The strength he could unleash was simply shocking. The Dharma Lord ran for his life. He didn't need to turn around to know that Ling Xiao was here. The dignified him was actually like a stray dog. It was too depressing. Drink the water of sin! He shouted. Or else if I die, you won't be able to live either. Think carefully. The Dharma Lord was really anxious now. Because if no one helped him, he might really be killed by Ling Xiao. It was fine if he lost his face, but if he lost his name as well, he would be finished. The Sin Lord was the first to drink the water of sin. The remaining 12 Law Lords all drank the water of sin. They were all core-shattering realm warriors. After drinking the water of sin, their strength increased tremendously. Especially the Sin Lord, the first Law Lord, and the second Law Lord, who were all at the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. Their strength was extremely close to the divine physique realm. Kill! Just as they drank the water of sin and were about to work together, they suddenly heard a roar. Ling Xiao was here again. Residual HP. The terrifying residual blood sword chi almost tore a chasm in the sky. Quick! Let's resist it together! The Law Lord roared in anger. At the same time, he circulated his true essence and sent out a powerful attack. It couldn't be helped. The terrifying residual HP had enveloped all of them. He couldn't even dodge it. The group of people crazily urged their true essence to release the power of the water of sin. Countless rays of black light rushed towards remnant blood. Chi! However, that sword light was too terrifying. The fierce sword light blocked the Law Lord's path to rescue them. The second and third Law Lords were blasted to smithereens during this time. Dead, they were all dead. In the blink of an eye, these powerful martial artists were all killed. Under Ling Zhao's hands they were like little kids. They couldn't block his attacks at all. This wasn't some random Tom, Dick and Harry. This was a core fragmentation realm expert. There were even divine physique realm experts. After Ling Xiao killed the 2 Law Lords, he charged towards Sin Holy Lord. He hated Sin Holy City to begin with. And now, Sin Holy Lord didn't hesitate to swallow the water of sin to deal with him. What was the point of keeping such a person alive? At this moment, Sin Holy Lord was quite far away from Ling Xiao. And he was still running away. This guy was already scared out of his wits. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. He didn't chase. Instead, he took out a bow and arrow. He shot an arrow. Under the sky tyrant martial soul, the arrow glided across the sky like a meteor. It had an aura that could destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. Horrified screams came from afar. Everyone watched as Sin Holy Lord was killed by Ling Xiao's arrow. His body exploded into pieces. Dead? Sin Holy Lord was also dead. Ling Xiao's killing didn't stop. Those who were his enemies and wanted to kill him all had to die. He was about to leave 3,000 Holy City. He had to leave a peaceful place for Battle Alliance. A more relaxed environment. Kill, kill, kill. The Law Lords died one by one. Kill, kill, kill. He didn't let go of anyone from Commandment Holy City. Enough! The Law Lord roared. This was years of hard work. It was all gone just like that. You said it's enough? Why should I listen to you? Ling Xiao looked at the Law Lord in disdain. He gave the Scarlet Sun Alliance a chance to leave. Since they didn't want to. Even if they were killed, they shouldn't complain. Chapter 4466. It ends here. Ling Xiao killed all the Law Masters and was about to make a move on the Law Master. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. Even in his current state, he still felt trembling. Marshal Lin! Seeing this person, the Law Master suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to die. This person who came was a marshal with a higher status than a general in the City of Gold. His strength was so strong that Ling Xiao definitely couldn't deal with him. Ling Xiao frowned. Before figuring out whether the other party was friend or foe, he wasn't prepared to make a move. One reality was that this person was indeed stronger than him. Even in his current state, it was impossible for him to be the other party's match. Marshal Lin was dressed in white and looked carefree. He didn't look like that kind of evil person. But one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Ling Xiao felt that it was better not to make a judgment too early. The only thing he could be sure of was that this Marshal Lin was very terrifying. The feeling he gave people was very natural, but there was an aura that merged with all things. It was as if everything in the world could be controlled by him. Although he wasn't as strong as the Fire Emperor, he should be much stronger than the Law Master. But no matter how strong the other party was, if he insisted on being enemies with him, he also had a way. Greetings, Marshal Lin! Ling Xiao cupped his hands. No matter what, the other party was still a marshal of the City of Gold. The most basic etiquette should be there. And, as expected of the mission that the Fire Emperor set his eyes on. You have a future! Marshal Lin smiled and said. No need to be so formal. This Lin also eats under the Fire Emperor. This time, I was entrusted by the old man to handle the 3,000 holy cities matters. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. So it was the Fire Emperor's subordinate. But heaving a sigh of relief didn't mean that he let down his guard. The enemy was a very cunning existence. He couldn't rule out the possibility of using this name to get close to him, and then sneak attack him. But at the very least, he didn't have that thick hostility now. As for the Law Master, his expression was ugly to the extreme. He was already close to despair. He originally thought that after Marshal Lin came, he could be saved. Who would have thought that Marshal Lin actually knew the Fire Emperor? Ling Xiao was even related to the Fire Emperor. As for the relationship between Ling Xiao and the Flame Emperor, no one had told him about it before. If he had known about it, he would not have known. He wouldn't have put all his eggs in one basket. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses and bowed. Welcome, Marshal Lin! No matter how big the 3,000 holy cities were, they couldn't be bigger than the Golden City. No matter who it was, they had to bow to Lin Shuai. There was nothing he could do about it. He was strong enough. Even Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyan, who usually didn't lower their heads, were the same. This was the strict hierarchy. If you don't reach that step, you'll never be able to reach those people. Get up! Lin Shuai smiled. Only then did everyone dare to stand up straight and look at Lin Shuai respectfully. Everyone could hear the same thing. Lin Shuai seemed to have some sort of relationship with Ling Xiao. The hearts of the people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance sank to the bottom again. Previously, they had clearly seen hope. Now, their hope had been snatched away by Ling Xiao. The Law Master felt that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He suddenly knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Marshal Lin, you have to help us." Ling Xiao went against his superiors and conspired to create chaos. He even killed many of the Law Masters in the Commandment Sacred City. The Commandment Sacred City is an organization appointed by the Golden City to govern the 3,000 holy cities. Killing the people of the Commandment Sacred City is tantamount to treason. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Lin Shuai's face suddenly turned cold. Actually, I've been here for a long time. I've also seen the despicable things you guys have done. The Golden City originally sent you guys to manage the 3,000 holy cities and restrain the disciples from running amok. But what about you guys? You guys used the 3,000 holy cities for your own personal gains. A person like Qi Xiao would have died 100 times, but he's still alive. This is a disgrace to the 3,000 holy cities, the Commandment Sacred City, and the Golden City. Hearing this, everyone from the Scarlet Sun Alliance was dumbfounded. The Law Master was on the verge of breaking down. Although Lin Shuai's words weren't wrong, he was deliberately targeting them. When the neutral martial artists and the Battle Alliance martial artists heard Lin Shuai's words, they all cheered. The heavens were indeed fair. The Golden City was indeed fair. It wasn't that they didn't want revenge, but it wasn't time yet. Today, the Golden City finally sent someone to uphold justice. Everyone wanted to have a fair environment as much as possible. They didn't dare to say that it was absolutely fair, but at the very least, it couldn't be as obvious as it was now. The Battle Alliance and the neutral martial artists were already very satisfied. Hearing such words, they were satisfied. He, Ling Xiao, didn't want such empty promises. Lin Shuai, may I ask how you want to deal with that old dog? He opened his mouth and asked. The people from the Battle Alliance were shocked. They all felt that he was going overboard. Lin Shuai let bygones be bygones and supported you today. That's enough. What else do you want to do? Lin Shuai was also stunned. He suddenly remembered what the Fire Emperor said to him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're indeed as the Fire Emperor said. You're a difficult person to deal with. What do you want to do? It's simple. I can ignore the others, but the Law Master must die. He has to be responsible for what he has done. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no justice in the 3,000 sacred cities? Ling Xiao could be considered to have taken a step back. He could slowly deal with the others within the rules. The Law Master must die. Otherwise, even if he left, he wouldn't be at ease. I can't agree to this. Lin Shuai sighed and said, After all, the Law Master is from the Golden City and is under the Punishment King. If you want to punish him, you should go to the Golden City to be judged. You can't use lynching. This is for your own good. If you offend the Punishment King, even if you join the Golden City, it will be very troublesome. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, did you hear that? You can't kill me. With the Punishment King here, unless His Majesty Golden Emperor personally makes a move, no one is qualified to kill me. The Law Master suddenly laughed wildly, feeling that he had found a life-saving straw. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Lin Shuai frowned and said, If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. I want to see what the Punishment King will do to me. The Law Master immediately shut his mouth, his expression ugly. He knew that the Fire Emperor's subordinates were all hot-tempered. If he really offended them, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Cosmic Light Fist! No matter what Lin Shuai said, Ling Xiao wouldn't let the Law Master off. So what if he offended the Punishment King? He had offended many people, so he didn't care about the Punishment King. Lin Shuai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He raised his hand, wanting to stop Lin Shuai. He actually couldn't stop him. The most terrifying thing about the cosmic light fist was that it could control the laws of time. Although the stronger the opponent, the weaker the control. It was still heaven-defying. Ling Xiao was weaker than Lin Shuai now, but he still had the strength of a divine body echelon. Lin Shuai might be able to protect himself, but he couldn't save the Law Master. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. The Law Master had already become a dead dog. Chapter 4467. Sigh. In the end, you are still too stubborn. Lin Shuai sighed and looked at the dead Law Lord. Since he was already dead, what else was there to say? Forget it. So be it. He deserved to die too. Ling Xiao, come with me to the side for a chat. Sure. After he killed the Law Lord, Lin Shuai didn't get angry. This person was still very trustworthy. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the other party. Moreover, he had 2 divine skills, life backtrack and rising from the ashes. If Lin Shuai attacked, he wouldn't die. No one left. They waited quietly. Now that the Law Lord was dead, the future of the 3,000 holy cities would definitely change. They still wanted to hear what Lin Shuai had to say. Other than the people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance, the others didn't reject Ling Xiao controlling the 3,000 holy cities. He had the strength and could be fair to a certain extent. That was enough. Young Master! Ancestor Scarlet Flame was a little worried. Scarlet Flame, what are you worried about? I'm on the Fire Emperor's side. Others don't know, but you should know. The Fire Emperor thinks highly of Ling Xiao. I'm just helping him to warn Ling Xiao. Don't be so suspicious, Lin Shuai said in annoyance. Ancestor Scarlet Flame smiled. He didn't feel awkward. His relationship with the Fire Emperor wasn't very good. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, the 2 of them might not have come together. Big brother Scarlet Flame, don't worry. We are right beside you. Ling Xiao smiled and then walked to the side with Lin Shuai. Lin Shuai released a soundproof wall to isolate the sound. At this time, he said, just as the Fire Emperor said, you have many secrets. You should also remove this state. The burden must be heavy. Let me help you recuperate. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before doing so. Indeed, borrowing the power of the giant demon king wasn't his own power. The burden was heavy. After removing the state, he suddenly felt dizzy. Lin Shuai helped him recuperate for a while before he recovered. It's better to use this ability less in the future. Just let the giant demon king fight, Lin Shuai said with concern like a family member. I also want to. But the problem is that a pure troll king is no match for a Law Master. Ling Xiao felt a little helpless. He knew that this was a heavy burden, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Shuai nodded and didn't continue this topic. Instead, he said, I heard from the Fire Emperor. Your grandfather, Senior Hong, once helped Jihua, Qinglian, and Zhao Fengyan. Actually, that's not all. Our entire Golden Sky region is indebted to him. He was a big shot. It was a pity that he had left. Some news said that he had left the Black Tortoise continent, but others said that he had entered the Eternal Desert. For one person! For one person? Ling Xiao was stunned. That person is called Ling Yixue. You should know him. Old Senior Hong said that he was fated to meet this little girl. You're also fated with that little girl. Back when they were in the Heavenly Dragon continent, they had a very good relationship. Later on, that little girl was taken away by someone, and there was no news of her since. What I want to tell you now is that she is most likely in the Eternal Desert. I wonder if Senior Hong has found her yet. Ling Xiao didn't know about this at all. If Lin Shuai hadn't said it, he wouldn't have known that Ling Yixue was actually from the Black Tortoise continent. No wonder there was no news of her after so long. Let's put it this way, Ling Yixue was his first love. That kind of hazy feeling. However, the 2 of them didn't establish a relationship and just treated each other as friends. Later on, he fell in love with the Moon Lady, and Ling Yixue completely became his past. However, as a friend, he had always been concerned about this girl. Now that he received the news, he was naturally very happy. What kind of place is the Eternal Desert? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. I can't answer you because even I haven't been there before. Lin Shuai smiled bitterly and said, I can only tell you that it's a magical place. The so-called geniuses on our side aren't even worth mentioning there. Ling Xiao sighed. Since he knew that Ling Yixue and Hong Qi were very likely to be there, he definitely had to go. However, before he went, he had to make more preparations. He probably had to raise his strength to the divine body realm first and obtain enough information. Also, this is my personal warning to you. You're too headstrong. You'll be at a disadvantage if you continue like this. Especially after you reach the City of Gold, you'll realize that there are many geniuses like you. You can't offend anyone. Also, you offended Xing Wang. Although I can cover it up for you, I have to remind you that Xing Wang isn't a fool. He'll find out eventually. Unless we kill all the people who know about this. However, that's not realistic. Lin Shuai sighed. Don't worry, Lin Shuai. I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao knew very well what he had done, and also knew that some people would think of ways to deal with him. However, so what? He wasn't someone who could be scared. All right, as long as you know what to do. All right, it's time to announce proper business. Lin Shuai walked toward the arena. Then, he announced loudly. This time, I've been entrusted by the Golden Arch and the Fire Emperor. I'm handling this golden battle. I hereby announce that the champion of this year's golden battle is Ling Xiao. Actually, he didn't need to announce it. Everyone knew. If Ling Xiao wasn't the champion, who else was qualified? The people of the Battle Alliance cheered. The neutral fighters were also happy for Ling Xiao. It wasn't easy for him to reach this stage. Only the people of the Scarlet Sun Alliance didn't say anything. Ling Xiao becoming the champion meant that they would be completely defeated. That kind of feeling wasn't good at all. Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, and Ape Demon had ugly expressions. However, they couldn't do anything. They were already very lucky to be able to keep their little lives. From now on, they didn't even have the chance to interfere in this matter. Lin Shuai was directly responsible for it. Thus, Ling Xiao entering the City of Gold was a matter that was set in stone. No one could stop him. Other than Ling Xiao. Those who are qualified to enter the City of Gold are Kill the Wolf, Fengyin, and Tianhai Peak. After these 4 people advance, the first of the 10 Holy Sun will be Gao Shen. The second is Dong Bo Xiuyu. As for the others, they will be ranked slowly in the future. No rush! Lin Shuai continued to announce. Another special thing is that the champion has the right to choose a marshal and above as his teacher. For Fengyin and Tianhai Peak, this was a special surprise. They had to thank Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who killed all those opponents. Only they had such a chance. Of course, people were more envious of Ling Xiao for being able to choose a higher-up of the City of Gold as his teacher. Some people even guessed that Ling Xiao would definitely choose Fire Emperor. After all, it seemed that his relationship with Fire Emperor wasn't ordinary. Thinking of Fire Emperor, Ling Xiao felt close to him. He was an alchemist like him. They would have a lot to talk about in the future. However, that was a matter for the future. With the qualification to enter the City of Gold, before that, he still had to make a trip to the chaotic Sand Sea. To find the remains of Yushin and Sunshin. This was the key to increasing his strength. Apex M. Chapter 4468. Alright, let's disperse. Ling Xiao, Kill the Wolf, Fengyin, and Tianhai Peak will wait for the news at home. Wait for me to report the details of what happened here. I estimate that it will take at most a month for the results to come out. Don't be anxious. Wait patiently and continue to cultivate while waiting. Let me remind you that Golden City is not one of the 3,000 sacred cities. If you don't have enough strength, you will be laughed at there. Lin Shuai continued. Don't think that it's heaven. Perhaps it's hell for some people. So you must be mentally prepared. Going there is only the first step. Whether you can stay or not will depend on your performance. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao and the others clearly remembered it. Even if it's hell, they still have to go. Many people from the Scarlet Sun Alliance had gloomy expressions. Although their lives were saved, they did not have a good impression of Ling Xiao. This was because they knew that they had offended Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao's temper, he would definitely not let them off easily. After Lin Shuai announced the results, he left. The people from the various sacred cities dispersed. Only the people from the Battle Alliance stayed behind to celebrate this day that was worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. One had to know that the Battle Alliance had 2 people who had passed the Golden Battle and entered Golden City. This was an incomparably glorious matter. Some of the neutral martial artists also congratulated Ling Xiao before leaving. For example, the Tianhai Sacred Lord from Tianhai Sacred City and the Yuezhi Sacred Lord from Yuezhi Sacred City. Heavenly Sea Sacred City had a Heavenly Sea peak. Moreover, Tian Haitang had a good impression of Ling Xiao. During this process, he was very fair as the judge. Yuezhi Sacred City had Feng Yin. Logically speaking, they had also basked in Ling Xiao's glory. Therefore, they naturally had to congratulate and thank him. On the same day, the Battle Alliance held an all-night celebration in Divine Marshal's Sacred City. The disciples of the Battle Alliance were probably even happier than Ling Xiao, the great Sacred Lord. After all, Ling Xiao had already predicted that he would get first place. However, these people were different. They were completely relieved at the last moment. Everyone knew that the Battle Alliance had just begun. With Ling Xiao's ambition and motivation, Li Qie had already made up his mind. In the future, the Battle Alliance would probably firmly control the 3,000 holy cities. Even Golden City had to act according to the Battle Alliance's wishes. Although people didn't dare to say it out loud, they still dared to think about it. After drinking to his heart's content, Ling Xiao could finally relax. In a very large room, Jiangnan, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyan, Holy Lord Tyrannical Saber, Hai Myungkeo, Zi Qianye, Zilong, Kill the Wolf, Lion Xiaobao, Gao Shen, and Yiling Yan were all seated. Basically, they were the people Ling Xiao trusted the most. He was also the person who held an important responsibility in the Battle Alliance. I've gathered everyone here because I have something to announce. Ling Xiao had never told anyone about his plans to go to the chaotic desert sea. Therefore, I have to make a new announcement today. Young master, if you have something to say, just say it, Ancestor Scarlet Flame said. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire, I'll accept it. He had been very happy these past few days. Ling Xiao's performance was even better than he had imagined. To be honest, even he didn't expect Ling Xiao's giant devil body. He was also sweating. Actually, it's not that serious. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll temporarily leave the chaotic desert sea. It's a very important matter. I don't know when I'll be back. Therefore, I'll need the 3 seniors to help me keep an eye on Golden City. If he wanted to go to Golden City, he had to have strength in the end. If he could find what he wanted in the chaotic desert sea, he would have more confidence when he went to Golden City in the future. After all, he had already offended the Punishment King before he even reached Golden City. If he became stronger, it would be easier for him to survive. No matter what you have to do, you can leave if you want. We'll be there in Golden City. It's not like there's still Fire King. You've won the Golden Battle this time. It doesn't matter even if it's delayed for a few months. Azure Lotus Swordswoman thought for a moment and said, That's great. Although I don't know the exact time, I'll be back in 3 months at most. Ling Xiao didn't plan to stay in the chaotic desert sea for long. Whether he found it or not, he would return within 3 months. He couldn't be empty-handed. Can you tell us where you're going? Lao Fengyan asked. It's not a secret. I'm going to the chaotic desert sea. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Also, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you to help me keep an eye on the Battle Alliance. Now that everything is on the right track, we'll just have to do it step by step. Chaotic Desert Sea. Hearing this name, Sacred Master Ba Dao frowned and said, "Although the chaotic desert sea isn't the most dangerous place, it's the most dangerous place. However, it's definitely the most chaotic place. Can you go alone? It's safer to go alone. If there are too many people, it's easy to be targeted." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "There's no need to discuss it at this time. I've already made up my mind. I know you're worried about me, but with my strength and the great Devil King, there aren't many who can really hurt me. I'll be careful." Ling Xiao hadn't always been very high profile. It was just that he wasn't willing to compromise after being provoked. He would act according to his own ability. He wouldn't act rashly. After all, he didn't want to die. "I have information on the chaotic desert sea. Take the time to take a look. You still have to be careful. Otherwise, you'll be in the dark and won't even know if you're being schemed against," Xiao Fengyan said. Among these people, he was the only one who had been to the chaotic desert sea and was the most familiar with the situation there. "Okay." Ling Xiao nodded. At this point, everyone dispersed. Ling Xiao went to Zhao Fengyan's room to take some information and carefully studied it. The chaotic desert sea is quite far from the 3,000 holy cities. If you fly, it'll consume a lot of stamina and true essence. Moreover, it won't be fast, Zhao Fengyan said. "Then what should we do?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's simple. Rumor has it that there's an inner lake in Scarlet Sun Holy City. There's a ruin at the bottom of the lake. It used to be called the Puppet Holy City. It'll be great if we can find something from this ruin," Zhao Fengyan replied. "Scarlet Sun Holy City? Hee, Scarlet Sun Holy Lord is dead now. That place is ownerless. Let's go." Ling Xiao originally planned to go with Zhao Fengyan. However, Zhao Fengyan said, "That place can only be entered by martial artists below the ultimate stage of Dan. I can escort young master to Scarlet Sun Holy City, but I can't go down." "That's easy. Kill the Wolf and Gao Xin. The three of us go together. We can take care of each other." Ling Xiao planned to set off tomorrow. Therefore, it would be best if he could solve this matter tonight. Therefore, he informed Kill the Wolf and Gao Xin. The three of them went to Scarlet Sun Holy City under Zhao Fengyan's lead. At this time, Scarlet Sun Holy City was in a state of panic. Seeing Ling Xiao's arrival, many martial artists revealed looks of horror. They thought they were done for. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. When he arrived near the inner lake, he asked Zhao Fengyan to stand guard outside while the rest entered the lake. Chapter 4469. There were ruins of the puppet sacred city at the bottom of the Scarlet Sun Lake, but even the people of the Scarlet Sun sacred city didn't know where it was. Many people even said that it might just be a rumor. It couldn't be taken seriously at all. So it was still necessary to look for it. "Let's split up. I'll look for the east and south. Kill the Wolf will be in charge of the west, Gao Xin, you'll be in charge of the north. Whether you find it or not, we'll all gather here," Ling Xiao said. "Okay." Kill the Wolf and Gao Xin nodded and turned into streamers to the west and north. In a flash, they had disappeared from Ling Xiao's perception range. "This Scarlet Sun Lake is not big. We should be able to find the results in 1 or 2 hours." Thinking of this, Ling Xiao also dived into the water and headed southeast. The range of his divine sense was extremely wide, and he could easily wrap up the east and the north. The pressure in the lake was very high. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. Not only would his flying speed slow down, but his true essence and physical strength would also be greatly consumed. Ling Xiao didn't calculate accurately, but he could roughly guess that it was at least 4 or 5 times more than on land. However, with his true essence and physical fitness, he naturally didn't worry. This was why he did the work of 2 people alone. This Scarlet Sun Lake was very deep. Ling Xiao didn't expect to dive down to a depth of about 10,000 meters. Only then did he see the bottom. There were many ferocious water-type monsters in the lake. However, these monsters avoided Ling Xiao when they saw him. monsters had the ability to seek luck and avoid disaster. Seeing Ling Xiao's strength, they naturally didn't want to court death. However, some humans were even worse than monsters. Perhaps Ling Xiao was very lucky. The search hadn't been going on for half an hour. Suddenly, the Tai Chi found a strange fluctuation in the water in front. It was different from other places. Ling Xiao hurried over. The closer he got, the stronger the fluctuation was. It made people feel a sense of fear. Soon, the Tai Chi looked at a huge crack in the lake. The crack was well hidden. Water was constantly spewing out from it, and all the water-type monsters didn't dare to get close. It was as if they were afraid of that place. Ling Xiao picked up a stone and threw it over. In an instant, the stone was pulverized. Although this stone was an ordinary item, it was still very rare. However, it allowed the Taiji to analyze what that strange energy was. Through analysis, Ling Xiao discovered that these energies were more like countless needle-like sword qi. If his defense was not good enough, he would definitely be hit. Fortunately, it didn't exceed my defense limit. Ling Xiao smiled and dashed towards the crack. Relying on his physical body alone, those tiny sword lights attacking his body were like needles stabbing into steel, not having much effect. The consumption of true essence here was even greater, but it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He had too much true essence. Coupled with his potential, it was even more terrifying. He could even feel that his physical body had improved to a certain extent within the terrifying sword light. About a few hundred meters into the crack, Ling Xiao discovered even more sword auras. These sword lights actually came from a huge ball of light. Within the ball of light, there was a building. This building covered an area of about 10,000 acres. Wrapped in the wall of light, it was not completely destroyed. The building was generally made of steel. He could still feel the gears turning between the steel. Some places were already broken, but he could imagine that those places should be embedded with spirit stones. When the spirit stones took effect, the entire city's defense system would be activated. There was no mistake, this was the ruins of the former puppet holy city. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out a voice transmission talisman and directly informed Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen. Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen were searching, but more than half an hour had passed, and there was still no clue. Gao Shen was fine. Kill the Wolf was an impatient person, and he actually vented his anger on the nearby monsters. At this moment, a voice came from the voice transmission talisman. You too, come to my coordinates. I've found it. Hearing this, the two were overjoyed. After all, this Crimson Sun Lake was not big, but it was not small either. It was quite difficult to find something. Ling Xiao, you're awesome! It's true that you're the son of miracles! When Kill the Wolf saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but exclaim. Gao Shen also said, When we came in just now, I sensed countless tiny sword energies, and they were all coming from this light. It was actually emitted by this ball of light. Fortunately, he had this thing. If not, the ruins of the puppet holy city would have been destroyed by those underwater monsters. But how are we going to get in? Kill the Wolf reached out his hand and touched the light barrier. In an instant, countless sword energies shot toward his hand. In an instant, his hand was shattered into pieces. Luckily, divine core warriors had the ability to heal themselves, or else Kill the Wolf would have suffered a great loss. Damn it, so strong! Kill the Wolf exclaimed. This attack is almost at the 8th level of the Shattered Core realm. Gao Shen furrowed his brows and said, There is a defense mechanism on this Crimson Sun Lake as well. No Shattered Core warriors can come down here. As for this light barrier, no one below the Extreme Core realm can break through it. No wonder this thing has been here for so many years, and no one has ever discovered it. What should we do now? Kill the Wolf scratched his head, feeling somewhat depressed. He had finally found this thing, but he couldn't improve it. This wasn't good. Have you guys forgotten? I have the Giant Devil King with me. Although I can't summon the Giant Devil King, it shouldn't be a problem for me to use the Giant Devil body. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's right. The Giant Devil King is at the Divine Physique realm. It can break through this light barrier with ease. Kill the wolf, and Gao Shen's eyes lit up. Ling Xiao was just about to use the giant devil body. Suddenly, Yuan Venerate's voice resounded in his mind. Idiot! Have you forgotten what you are after gaining so much power? You're a formation master. This is just a small formation, how can it stump you? If you destroy it, I'm afraid it will cause a series of chain reactions. If things go wrong, the entire ruin might self-destruct. Ling Xiao stuck out his tongue. You're right, Shirzin. He had indeed disdained using the power of array formations and elixirs after gaining so much power. Actually, this wasn't good. Ling Xiao? Why aren't you moving? Kill the Wolf asked curiously. I suddenly thought of a better idea. Ling Xiao chuckled and opened his Tai Chi eye to search for a way to break the formation. Just as Yuan Venerate had said, this formation was very simple. Of course, this was for them. If it had been anyone else, this formation wouldn't have been simple. It would have been extremely complicated. In an instant, Ling Xiao took out all the materials to break the formation. Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen were dumbfounded. They all knew that Ling Xiao was very powerful, but they had never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually have this kind of ability. Let's go. What are you waiting for? After the formation was broken, Ling Xiao called out to the two of them and took the lead to enter. They arrived at the entrance of the building. Ling Xiao reminded them. This is the ruins of the sacred puppet city. Although many of the mechanisms might have been destroyed due to lack of maintenance over the years, this doesn't mean that there is no other possibility. But that doesn't mean that there aren't others, so you must be careful. Chapter 4470. Knowing that what Ling Xiao said made sense, Kill the Wolf and Gao Shen both nodded. Then, the three of them entered together. It was quite spacious inside. It was a huge courtyard. The architectural style of the courtyard was still mainly made of steel, and some were made of wood. But the wood was not ordinary wood. It was wood used to make magic wands, which could conduct elements and energy better. Be careful! While walking, Ling Xiao stopped. As soon as his voice fell, a door suddenly opened, and a figure rushed out from the door. It was covered in blue light. It held a sword in its hand and stabbed at Ling Xiao and the other two. The sword light wrapped all three of them inside. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't use a sword. He aimed at the target and punched out. God's fist. The terrifying fist wind accurately hit the afterimage. With a click, something fell to the ground. It's a puppet! When that thing fell to the ground, they found that it was something very similar to a human. But its eyes were flashing with blue light. At this time, it had already been broken by Ling Xiao. But its limbs were still moving. The blue light in its eyes was still very bright. Ling Xiao went forward to check and found that the core of this puppet was in its brain. Although his punch just now broke the puppet's body, it didn't cut off the puppet's vitality. This puppet doesn't seem to need spirit stones to operate, just like a human warrior. It can operate with the help of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and can store energy in its core. I'm afraid the only thing inferior to humans is that it can't cultivate. Ling Xiao sighed. It's a pity that it's broken and can't be used. Otherwise, this puppet's strength would be at the extreme level of Dan. If we bring it back, it can increase the strength of the Battle Alliance. Kill the Wolf laughed and said, It doesn't matter. If there is one, there will be a second. Don't blame yourself too much. Gao Shen also said, That's right. Since there is one, there is a high possibility that there will be a second and a third. Their guess was not wrong. As the three of them continued to move forward, a second puppet warrior suddenly appeared from the door beside them. The puppet warrior was still wrapped in the blue light, and its speed was extremely fast. However, this time, the weapon used was an axe. Broad and powerful. He felt that this puppet was even stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao attacked again, but this time, he was sure that this thing would not shatter. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of cold air. Frost Dragon Breath! The puppet was instantly frozen. Gao Shen stepped forward and stuck a talisman on it. Only then was he able to control this fellow. This was a puppet martial artist at the consummate stage of the extreme realm of Dan. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Gao Shen. It was comparable to Kill the Wolf. We have to make this thing ours as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the self-destruct sequence is activated after a long time, Ling Xiao reminded. Who's coming? The three of them exchanged glances. Gao Shen, you do it. I don't need this thing. It will be safer if you take it with you. Among the three of them, only Gao Shen's strength was the weakest. Gao Shen did not hold back. Following Ling Xiao's guidance, he implanted his soul brand into the puppet martial artist's body. After a while, Gao Shen let out a long breath. Try unsealing it. Ling Xiao laughed. Gao Shen nodded and unsealed the talisman. Ling Xiao and Kill the Wolf were on guard at the side. If the situation went wrong, they could deal with it in time. However, the accident that they had imagined did not happen. After the puppet martial artist was unsealed, it actually knelt down in front of Gao Shen. Very good, try attacking him. Gao Shen ordered the puppet martial artist to attack Kill the Wolf. Damn, why me? Kill the Wolf grumbled, but it had already made a defensive move. The next moment, the puppet martial artist's eyes flashed with blue light, and the surrounding elements were obviously merging into its body. The puppet martial artist flashed and appeared in front of Kill the Wolf. Boom! It did not use an axe, but a punch. Kill the Wolf laughed and went up to meet it. Because he was afraid of breaking the puppet martial artist, he held back his strength in this punch. Damn, what great strength! Kill the Wolf underestimated the enemy, so it was directly sent flying. Stop! Gao Shen also ordered the puppet martial artist to stop fighting. Oh my, this thing's strength is terrifying. Not only is it powerful, but its body is also very tough. I really don't know how Ling Xiao managed to shatter it just now. Ling Xiao, your body is so tough. Kill the Wolf stood up from the ground and said in horror. It's just SOSO. Ling Xiao smiled and said. But this puppet martial artist is much more powerful than I imagined. Even if Kill the Wolf underestimated the enemy, it can directly send him flying. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Let's hurry up, I also want a puppet martial artist to play with. Kill the Wolf was clearly playful. With such a puppet, it would be convenient to fight. Gao Shen put the puppet martial artist into the storage ring, and the three of them continued to move forward. Of course you will. From the way we came in, this is the first time the ruins of the holy city of puppets have been discovered. So, there must be more, and it may be even better. Ling Xiao smiled, and the three of them continued to move forward. After walking for about half an hour, they found a flower bed with two sculptures near it. But when they wanted to go over, the two sculptures actually came to life. One was shining with red light, and the other was shining with green light. At the same time, they attacked the three of them. The three of them followed the order step by step, and easily subdued the two puppets according to the method just now. They had to control the puppets without hurting them. Whether it was Ling Xiao's freezing ability or Gao Shen's sealing talisman, they were all necessary. Even if they did not have the freezing ability, they could replace it with other control skills. It was also very useful. Ling Xiao still did not want these two puppets, and gave them to Kill the Wolf. In the process, Ling Xiao discovered a secret, which was that the stronger the soul power, the better the control of the puppet. The puppet's fighting power was also stronger. If the three of them controlled the same puppet to fight, Ling Xiao would undoubtedly be the one to win in the end. After that, the three of them found a few more puppet martial artists. Ling Xiao still did not keep any of them. He felt that there was no need, or rather, he did not care about them at all. Gao Shen directly controlled 4 puppets. Kill the Wolf also controlled 4 puppets, and the combination was quite reasonable. Soon, the three of them approached the core area of the Holy City of Puppets. This was the treasure cave of the Holy City of Puppets. The three of them were a little excited. It was a pity that the place where the treasure was hidden was not so easy to enter. This place was full of traps, And the scariest thing was that there were actually puppets in the core fragmentation realm guarding it. Seeing such puppets, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. "I'll go in front, you guys follow behind." Ling Xiao directly released the Troll Demon King. With the Troll Demon King, it was easy to break into such a passage. After all, they had not found any Divine Body Realm puppets until now. Chapter 4471. With the help of the Giant Demon King, they easily passed the difficult stage. The three of them arrived at the treasure vault. There were no treasures here as they had imagined. Instead, there were some puppets. The treasure vault seemed to be divided into 2 levels. Outside were hundreds of flying puppets that had never been used before. Ling Xiao came here to find flying puppets. This time, he found the right place. The flying puppets were all in the shape of an eagle. They were very big and could fit people both inside and outside the cabin. 4 or 5 people were probably nothing. "We're really lucky. Not only can these puppets fight, but they can also fly. However, they have to be filled with spirit stones before they can be used. With superior grade spirit stones, their speed is almost comparable to a 9th stage core fragmentation realm cultivator. With supreme grade spirit stones, their speed can probably reach the level of a divine body realm cultivator. This is really good stuff." Gao Shen was shocked. "I only want one. The rest can be transported back to the Battle Alliance as public property. Whoever wants to use them will have to rent them." Ling Xiao thought for a while and chose one of the flying puppets to put into the Dongxing Emperor ring. These flying puppets had never been used. He didn't know what happened to the holy city of puppets. There were still so many things, but they mysteriously disappeared. Ling Xiao tried putting spirit stones in the puppet and then implanting his soul brand. With a move of his divine consciousness, the flying puppet immediately rose into the air. It was very similar to a real bird. Its wings flapped very flexibly. In addition, there were 2 nozzles at the end of the flying puppet. These were used to increase speed or to get rid of enemies. With this item, his trip to Scarlet Sun Holy City would not have been in vain. Then, the 3 of them entered the room inside. This place was completely empty. There wasn't a single thing here. Just as they were about to attack, a black shadow suddenly rushed over. Ling Xiao was about to attack when he realized it was a cat. This cat's body was like white jade. It didn't look real at all. Its eyes were as beautiful as sapphires. "Meow! What are you doing here?" The cat spoke human language? The 3 of them were shocked. Although demon beasts could learn to speak human language, this cat didn't have any demon aura at all. "Why are you so surprised? I'm the most perfect puppet created by the Puppet Holy City," the kitten said proudly. "So you're saying you're very good at fighting?" Kill the Wolf asked. "No." "So you can dance?" "No. Bastard cat grandpa doesn't dance. You can't fight, you can't dance, and you don't look like you can eat. What's the use of you?" Gao Shen smiled. "Grandpa cat can bring good luck to people." The kitten smiled. "Young master, why don't you let Cat Lord go with you?" Soon, the sacred lords of the Sacred Sword City, Sacred Nether City, and the remaining forces of the Sacred Sin City gathered together. Naturally, they were discussing how to deal with Ling Xiao. The Sacred Nether City's Sacred Lord looked similar to Yurua. He was as thin as a match and had a cold expression. The Sacred Lord of the Sacred Sword City looked like a decent person, but unfortunately, that was just his appearance. His heart was as black as charcoal. "I don't think I need to explain why everyone is gathered here today, right?" The Sacred Nether City's Sacred Lord said gloomily. "Ling Xiao has left the 3,000 Sacred City and left alone. This is an opportunity. A great opportunity to kill him. It is said that he even left the Great Devil King in the Battle Alliance. I heard that too. Ling Xiao was able to defeat the Law Master because of the Great Devil King. Without the Great Devil King, he can at most kill a martial artist at the first stage of the Shattered Core Realm." Sacred Lord of the Sacred Sword sneered. "If that's the case, we'll do whatever the 2 Sacred Lords say." Now, our status in the 3,000 sacred city is deteriorating day by day. Why don't we just fight it out? A city lord of the sacred red city said angrily. Just last night, Ling Xiao actually went to the sacred red city and took away a lot of treasures from us. He's really going too far. We also agree. If Ling Xiao doesn't die, we won't have a good life. The representative of the sacred Sin City also said. The sacred Sin City originally had the protection of the sacred Commandment City, which was why they dared to act recklessly. However, they couldn't do so now. Life was not going to be easy. Everyone read. Chapter 4472. Hee, what a great idea you have! Just as the Nether Saint Lord and the others were discussing how to kill Ling Xiao on the way, suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone was startled. They hurriedly turned their heads to look. It was an unfamiliar face. He was wearing a mask that was cold and murderous. Who are you? The Nether Saint Lord roared and suddenly attacked. With his strength at the 9th stage of the core fragmentation stage, anyone who was not a divine physique echelon martial artist would be doomed. However, the next moment, the Nether Saint Lord was surprised to find that his fist was easily dodged. Although it was not blocked. There were not many people who had the ability to block his attack. Do you still want to attack? The masked man asked coldly. Who are you? The Nether Saint Lord did not attack again because he felt that no matter how powerful he was, he could not hurt this person. Don't worry, I'm not interested in prying into your secrets. I'm just here to remind you. Compared to killing Ling Xiao, the power of the 3,000 holy cities seems more important. In this chaotic world, the Battle Alliance is the most powerful. However, you are not weak either. As long as you join the Royal Exterminator Gang, you will naturally benefit. The man's voice was light, but when he said it, it shocked everyone. Royal Exterminator Gang? Yes, our goal is to overthrow Huang Jindi's decadent rule. The 3,000 holy cities are the key. As long as you perform well, we will naturally help you take down the 3,000 holy cities. The man said again. What if we don't agree? The Nether Saint Lord said coldly. If you don't agree, it's just a suggestion. If you don't listen, then accept the disaster brought about by your stupidity. After he finished speaking, the man instantly disappeared. He disappeared without a trace. What should we do? The Divine Sword Sacred Lord asked. Follow the original plan. The Royal Exterminator Gang is a group of lunatics. They want to deal with Huang Jindi? They are courting death. The Nether Saint Lord shook his head. The others basically agreed with his point of view. They hated Ling Xiao, but they did not intend to be enemies with Huang Jindi. All right, since everyone agrees, we'll kill that guy halfway. Achoo! Ling Xiao, who was flying, suddenly sneezed. Looks like someone is thinking about me. I wonder if it's good or bad. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he had already expected that he would attract assassins when he left alone. Therefore, he was already prepared to see if these idiots would take the bait. Of course, he wouldn't wait for them. From the 3,000 holy city, one could directly fly to the chaotic desert ocean, and it wouldn't take long. This was because there were several places in the middle that could be teleported to using teleportation formations. In just one day, he had already arrived at the border of the Golden Sky region. There were many paths leading to the chaotic sand sea, so he chose one at random and set off. Since he had never been there before, any of them were the same to him. Once again approaching the eternal desert, the feeling of the past appeared clearly. This place was truly terrifying. Just getting close to the edge made him shudder. Look at how scared you are. Isn't it just the eternal desert? Why are you so scared? The white jade cat's voice suddenly rang out. This cat really treated Ling Xiao's clothes as its own home. It could live wherever it wanted to. Anyway, it was small in size, so it could go anywhere. Wait, someone is coming! Ling Xiao had originally planned to say a few words to the white jade cat. Although this cat had a big mouth, it had been a distraction along the way, so he didn't hate it. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt many terrifying auras chasing after him from behind. Damn, they're really fast! Ling Xiao smiled and stood there, not leaving. He stood directly on the puppet and looked at the enemies in the distance coldly. Aren't you afraid of death? There are so many of them. Hurry up and run! At this moment, the white jade cat crawled into Ling Xiao's clothes, looking terrified. You were laughing at me just now. Why are you acting like a coward now? Ling Xiao laughed very happily. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to trouble myself. Pfft. Ling Xiao curled his lips and despised this cat. Then, he looked at the approaching enemies. Not bad, not bad. Both Nether Holy Lord and Holy Lord Divine Sword are here. I was worried about not having a reason to kill them, and now they've come knocking on my door. Many people from Scarlet Sun's Sacred City and Nefarious Sacred City have also come. It's a good time to kill them all. Ling Xiao didn't intend to let these people go, but because they didn't do anything else, he couldn't do anything. Otherwise, he would have a bad reputation. It was not worth it to ruin his reputation for these pieces of trash. So, when he left, he deliberately spread the news. He also said that he didn't take the giant devil king away. In fact, many people in the Scarlet Sun Alliance had already sided with him, so he deliberately urged Nether Holy Lord and Holy Lord Divine Sword. He didn't expect these two idiots. They thought they were smart, but they were still fooled. Well, today, he would settle the old and new grudges together. It seemed that the other party was far away, but in fact, they were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived nearby and surrounded Ling Xiao. There were more than 100 people in total. Besides Nether Holy Lord and Holy Lord Divine Sword, the rest were experts from Scarlet Sun's Sacred City, Nefarious Sacred City, Holy Sword City, and Nether Holy City. Basically, all the city lords were here. When Nether Holy Lord saw that Ling Xiao didn't escape, he laughed crazily and said, You know that you can't escape, so you just gave up? Even if you give up, we won't let you go. You're really too arrogant. You didn't even bring Qihua and the others, and you didn't even bring the Great Devil King. You dared to go to the chaotic Sand Sea alone. You're really brave. Are you regretting it now? Holy Lord Divine Sword sneered and said, Without those backing you, Ling Xiao, you're just an ant in front of us. I'd like to see how tough your life is. Since you dared to kill people from Holy Sword City, I'll make you pay with your life. Ling Xiao, I'll make you pay with your life today. Pay with your life. The rest of the people also shouted. They were all filled with righteous indignation, and they couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Ling Xiao looked at this group of people with a smile. He directly released his martial spirit barrier. What's the meaning of this? Seeing that Ling Xiao released his martial spirit barrier, Nether Holy Lord suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this time, Ling Xiao should have chosen to escape. He shouldn't have done this. Don't you know? What a bunch of idiots. I'm such a smart person, how could I not bring something to save my life? After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he directly released the Great Devil King. He didn't need to use his Great Devil body to deal with this group of trash. Just releasing the Great Devil King was enough. Not good, we've been fooled. Seeing that Ling Xiao released the Great Devil King, the originally complacent people's faces changed drastically. They had chased Ling Xiao for thousands of miles to kill Ling Xiao. But now, they had come all the way to their deaths. Thank you for coming to die, otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease. Great Devil King, kill them. Ling Xiao sneered and said. Chapter 4473. Who is it? Just as the Troll King was about to finish off all the enemies that were chasing after him, suddenly, a strange man wearing a mask appeared. Ling Xiao instantly became extremely nervous. The masked man was extremely powerful. However, the strange thing was that he had no hostility toward him. Ling Xiao, you don't have to be nervous. I'm just here to borrow 2 people, the man said. Who are you borrowing? Ling Xiao frowned. The man smiled and suddenly reached out his hand. He directly penetrated the martial soul barrier, and rescued Holy Lord Netherhell and Holy Lord Divine Sword. Ling Xiao watched but did not do anything. His intuition told him that he was definitely no match for this man. However, it would not be so easy for this man to kill him. Ling Xiao, you must help me mess up the 4 regions and 9 realms. Goodbye. The masked man smiled and left with Holy Lord Netherhell and Holy Lord Divine Sword. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at the man's back. Mess up the 4 regions and 9 realms? Who was this man? What was he trying to do? Forget it. I can't afford to offend this kind of person for the time being. I'll think about it later. Going to the chaotic sand ocean is more important. Ling Xiao shook his head and turned to leave. Other than Holy Lord Netherhell and Holy Lord Divine Sword, everyone who came to kill him had died tragically. On the other side, Holy Lord Netherhell and Holy Lord Divine Sword looked at the masked man and sighed. This was the man who called himself the Royal Exterminator. What do you think? The masked man smiled. We reaped what we sowed. If you hadn't saved us, we would have been dead. Holy Lord Netherhell said helplessly. Yes. Holy Lord Divine Sword was still a little scared. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be so cunning? He had set a trap for them to fall into. They had almost lost their lives. Why didn't you just kill Ling Xiao? With Ling Xiao around, it won't be easy to take down the 3,000 sacred cities. Holy Lord Netherhell asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao is a very important item. Without him, we can't touch the Golden Emperor. The masked man smiled and said, All right, let's not talk about him. Are you willing to pledge your allegiance to the Royal Extermination faction now? Of course. Sacred Lord Netherhell and Sacred Lord Divine Sword replied in unison. They weren't idiots. The other party had saved them so that they could work for him. If they dared to say no, they would not be able to escape death. Good, ha ha ha. The masked man laughed happily. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened here. He continued to ride the flying puppet towards the chaotic sand ocean. There was basically no one like him who could directly use a flying puppet to travel to the chaotic desert ocean. Usually, people would ask a guide to lead the way and then go in groups. How could he be as bold as Ling Xiao? But of course, he had something to rely on. In addition to the powerful backing of the Troll King, there was also his terrifying speed and the magical Tai Chi eye. If he found any danger, he could avoid it in time, so there was no problem. After using several teleportation formations and flying for about 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao basically didn't rest for a moment on the way. Finally, he arrived in the sky above the chaotic sand ocean. The chaotic sand ocean was an oasis. It was just that the oasis was really large. It was almost equivalent to a golden heavenly region. The chaotic sand ocean was still surrounded by chaos. It was a forbidden area for humans. If one didn't have enough strength, they would definitely die if they approached it. After many generations of hard work, a huge wall was built around the chaotic sand ocean. And it was protected by formations. Looking from above, the chaotic sand ocean was wrapped in a huge curtain of light. It looked extremely spectacular. Although people couldn't go out, the killing in the chaotic sand ocean never stopped. In the end, it was all for the eternal ruins that were sleeping underground. The so-called eternal ruins were the ruins left behind by the life forms in the eternal desert. Ever since this oasis was occupied by the 4 regions and 9 realms, those ruins became the objects that warriors desperately fought for. It could be said that 99% of the people who came to the chaotic sand ocean were here for these ruins. Ling Xiao also had a guess that the relics of the Z god and U god that he was looking for were probably in these ruins. It was said that there were thousands of ruins of different sizes. There were 12 ruins that were really famous and hadn't been completely excavated. Rumor had it that as long as 1 or 2 things were found in these 12 ruins, then they could dominate a region. These 12 relics had created countless powerhouses so far. Just like that, no one had ever been to the core area of the 12 ruins. Even the treasures outside hadn't been completely excavated. Some people said that this was simply the garbage dump of the eternal desert, the garbage that the warriors in the eternal desert threw there. To the people of the 4 regions and 9 realms, it was a treasure. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or false, there was still a market for it. Of course, even if it was a garbage dump, it was still an extremely terrifying garbage dump. The most terrifying thing was the humans themselves. After warriors entered the ruins, they killed each other, causing many lives to stay in there forever, never to see the sun tomorrow. Of course, there were also terrifying demon beasts there. And demons. These things seemed to be there where there were people. There were also places where there were no people. There were also many people who were buried in their mouths. But even if they knew that it was extremely dangerous, there were still warriors who came here tirelessly. Just like Ling Xiao. The chaotic sand sea was also a dreamlike place for him. It was an opportunity to become stronger. When Ling Xiao stepped into the chaotic sand sea, he found many snake-like passages. These passages were in the chaotic sand sea, extending all the way. The passages could protect warriors from the influence of the eternal desert's laws. It could be considered a safe passage. If one wanted to forcefully fly through the sky, one would have to be courting death. When entering the passage, a large amount of information about the chaotic sand sea appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This was the advantage of being prepared early. Although he had never been here before, at least he had a more general understanding of this place. The first thing to note was that a warrior's divine sense would be greatly restricted here. There were many places where one couldn't even use divine sense to detect the existence of others. Of course, this depended on the place. Different places had different restrictions on divine sense. Secondly, one had to pay attention to the forces in the chaotic sand sea. Although it was said that this place was ownerless, it didn't mean that it was ownerless. Where there were people, there were forces. After all, the chaotic sand sea was a place as big as the Golden Sky region. It was basically divided into 12 districts. Perhaps everyone has noticed that the 12 districts represent the 12 ruins. These 12 districts were the Golden District, Eternal District, Savage District, Deep Sea District, Heavenly Demon District, Heaven District, Raging Flame District, Icy District, Storm District, Lava District, Thunder District, and 9 Serenities District. Among them, the 2 most powerful districts were the Heaven District and Eternal District. Chapter 4474. It was said that the names of these districts were derived from the names of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The first batch of people to arrive here happened to be warriors from 12 of the forces. Thus, they named the districts after their home. However, many years had passed. It was unknown whether the districts were still under the control of those people. However, Ling Xiao had investigated. The Eternal Life District and Paradise District were the most mysterious and powerful. Just by looking at the energy released in the sky, it was enough to judge. The largest organization in the chaotic sand ocean was the Alliance of the 12 Districts. It was called the Doyan Society. There were 13 Doyans in the Doyan Society, 1 for each force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Doyan Society was also formed by warriors from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was currently the strongest organization in the chaotic sand ocean. They had even established certain rules and laws. Although these rules and laws were not as strict as other places. The only organization that could compete with the Doyan Society was the Beast Deity Union. Speaking of the Beast Deity Union, Ling Xiao felt that it was related to the 12 Beast Deity martial spirits. Perhaps, he could also get what he wanted from them. The Beast Deity Union was an organization formed by those who did not follow the rules of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Although they all came from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there was a clear division of forces here. The Doyan Society was obviously more powerful. It controlled 9 of the 12 districts. The Beast Deity Union only controlled 3 districts. However, their control was stronger than the Doyan Society. After all, the Doyan Society was only a loose alliance. The Beast Deity Union was a centralized organization. The Doyan Society's headquarters was in the Paradise District. The Beast Deity Union's headquarters was in the Eternal Life District. Currently, everyone minded their own business. Many years had passed. However, small-scale conflicts between warriors were unavoidable. Moreover, there were many other organizations or forces under the two major organizations. In short, this place was definitely not a good place. Ling Xiao wanted to find what he wanted here. He would have to put in a lot of effort. When Ling Xiao went through the light path to the chaotic sand ocean, far away in the Golden City, Xing Wang's chief disciple, Huang Jinlan. This person was known as the #1 genius in the Golden City and had his own mansion. This was definitely not an easy thing to do. Huang Jinlan was even considered to be on the same level as the Fire King and Xing Wang. He was known as the Battle King. This kind of special honor was evident from this. Meanwhile, in Warlord Huang Jinlan's room, Qi Yuan knelt before him. Huang Jinlan glanced at Qi Yuan. This Ling Xiao has angered Master, so he must die. I will bestow upon you an Emperor weapon. 9 revolutions gourd. The gourd had 9 revolutions, and each revolution had a different effect. Moreover, it was a genuine common-grade monarch artifact. It was not something a piece of trash like the Flood Dragon's heart could compare to. Take it. With your strength and the 9 revolutions gourd, even if Ling Xiao had the giant Devil King's protection, it would still be useless. After all, the great Devil King is a foreign object. One of the functions of the 9 revolutions gourd is to counter this kind of ability. Thank you, Your Highness. Qi Yuan was flattered and respectfully knelt on the ground to receive the 9 revolutions gourd. Ling Xiao, just you wait. With this 9 revolutions gourd, my strength will increase by more than 100 times. Furthermore, this gourd is specifically designed to counter you. I must kill you and avenge my father. After bidding farewell to Huang Jinlan, Qi Yuan went straight to the chaotic sand ocean. This was not his first time there, although he had always gone there with others in the past. This time, however, was an exception. He wanted to go to the chaotic sand ocean alone. However, with the 9 revolutions gourd, he was not afraid at all. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still flying in the chaotic sand ocean's light path. The light path was very long, and he could not see the end of it. Suddenly, he stopped because he smelled a thick smell of blood in the air. Could it be that someone dared to fight in the light path? Did they have a death wish? Once the light path was broken, the eternal desert's laws would invade and no one would be able to survive. Looking at it, it was not a human. It was actually a huge golden worm. It looked like a golden dragon. However, it was certain that it was a snake. It's the Gingjin serpent. Someone cried out in surprise. Don't provoke it. It seems like it's going to transform into a flood dragon. Just sneak over. The Gingjin serpent was a type of snake beast. It was an ancient species that could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate. If it ate some rare treasures, it would have a certain chance of evolving, transforming into a flood dragon. The most powerful ones could even transform into a dragon. Of course, in the Black Tortoise continent, the concept of transforming into a dragon had not appeared for a long time. The Gingjin serpent was already very powerful. If it successfully transformed into a flood dragon, its power would be even more terrifying. This fellow was already at the core fragmentation realm. If it successfully transformed into a flood dragon, it would probably reach the divine physique echelon. A divine physique echelon demon was extremely terrifying. Why are you running away? This Gingjin serpent is a treasure. Kill it before it successfully transforms into a flood dragon. It can strengthen our true energy. We can use it to forge magic treasures. Some of the greedy ones were unwilling to leave just like that. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and distanced himself from these lunatics. If the light path was broken, he would still have a chance to escape. However, to be honest, he was quite interested in the Gingjin serpent. Not only could this thing increase his potential, it could also temper his body. Furthermore, this thing was already at the core fragmentation realm. It could be the key to upgrading his beast soul. It could also continue to cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique. The Gingjin serpent was also known as the Gingjin serpent. Looking from afar, a golden light flashed and formed a golden tornado. Within the tornado, a gigantic serpent that was at least 200 to 300 meters long could be seen dancing in the air. Deafening roars could be heard one after another. The surrounding Gingjin earth energy was extremely terrifying. The Gingjin earth energy was like the aura of a sword. Those who did not have enough defense would be torn into pieces. In order for the Gingjin serpent to transform into a flood dragon, it had to shed its skin. That would be the moment when it was at its weakest. Many of the surrounding martial artists pounced on it, trying to take advantage of the situation. However, many of them could not even pass through the Gingjin earth energy. Once they came into contact with the Gingjin earth energy, they would be torn into pieces. Those who were able to survive seemed to be at least core fragmentation realm martial artists. Ling Xiao had a feeling that there was an expert hiding in the crowd, not making a move. He was waiting for the moment when the Gingjin serpent transformed. He thought that since these people dared to make a move here, they must have a plan. Hence, he did not have to be too nervous. It would be a pity if he did not snatch the good stuff. After all, the Gingjin serpent was too important to him. After making up his mind, he paid close attention to the changes in front of him. The Gingjin serpent was shaking more and more violently, and the surrounding Gingjin earth energy was becoming more and more terrifying. Ling Xiao knew that when the Gingjin serpent transformed into a flood dragon, someone would definitely make a move. However, he was not in a hurry. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he decided to wait. Chapter 4475. There weren't many people in the Path of Light, only a few hundred. When the Gingjin King Snake went berserk, it had killed more than 100 of them. Some of them were so scared that they ran away. After all, not everyone was brave enough to stay and take advantage of the situation. Right now, only a few dozen people were left. "Get out of my face!" Suddenly, a furious roar could be heard. A terrifying aura exploded from the crowd. Ling Xiao could sense that this person was at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. He was the strongest one here. Taking advantage of the fact that the Gingjin King Snake was severely injured, he came out to take advantage of the situation. The Gingjin King Snake had consumed a lot of their true yuan and stamina. Some of them were even severely injured. How could they be a match for him? In the blink of an eye, a dozen of them were killed. The rest turned around and ran away. He didn't let them go, he chased after them and killed them all. Ling Xiao took the opportunity and dashed towards the Gingjin King Snake. He opened his palm. Just as he was about to retrieve the Gingjin King Snake, unexpectedly, the man came back and interrupted Ling Xiao's attempt to retrieve the Gingjin King Snake. "Bastard, how dare you take advantage of me? I'm going to kill you!" The man arrived in front of Jiangqun in an instant, and a terrifying aura enveloped Jiangqun. "I can't defeat him, a 3rd-level core-shattering realm warrior. Even if I unleash my martial soul, I still can't defeat him. Should I use the Great Devil King? No way!" Ling Xiao shook his head. This was not a matter of life and death. He didn't want to rely on the Great Devil King too much. It would be detrimental to his development. He had no choice but to do it himself. His advantage now was that his opponent didn't know much about him. Judging from his strength, he was only at the peak heavenly core realm. It was easy for him to underestimate his opponent. He wanted to take advantage of his opponent's underestimation and finish him off. He didn't have much time to think. His opponent was extremely fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. With this move, Ling Xiao couldn't even see what the other party looked like. Or rather, he didn't have the time. But this didn't affect his counterattack. Although his opponent was strong, he was still only at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. Ling Xiao couldn't defeat him, but dodging the attack wasn't a problem. At that moment, his body turned into a beam of light and moved to the left, barely dodging the attack. However, as the other party's true essence swept out, a portion of the attack still landed on his body. He immediately felt as if his bones were about to shatter. It was indeed powerful. He had only been hit by the tail of the attack, but it was already so powerful. However, he wouldn't be injured. No matter how one looked at it, it was still a mid-ninth order Emperor round black tortoise body. How could it be injured so easily? After dodging, Ling Xiao did not flee. Instead, they launched a fierce attack. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he immediately used his fastest move. Escape light! The other party clearly did not expect Ling Xiao to counterattack so quickly. Before he could turn around, a beam of sword light had already struck him. It pierced a patch of dark red. Hiss! The other party sucked in a breath of cold air. It hurt. But this was just a light injury, and it was nothing to a divine core warrior. Now that he had reached the core fragmentation realm, he didn't care about it anymore. He only needed to consume a little bit of true essence to recover. However, Ling Xiao's attack had no intention of stopping just like that. After the escape light, remnant blood was used. A huge blood-red sword light pierced through the sky, directly piercing towards the opponent's head. Right now, Jiang Chun could clearly see his opponent's face. This was a man with a sinister face. He wore a purplish-red robe, and his face was pale yellow. His triangular eyes made his sinister face even more apparent. The man had a sneer on his face. Although he was surprised, he still maintained his calm demeanor. It was obvious that he often did this kind of thing. Little guy, you're pretty good. You're just a peak heavenly core warrior, and you're actually able to dodge my attack. And you're even able to counterattack. Interesting. But if we continue fighting, it won't be fun anymore, you'll die. Hurry up and leave, cultivation isn't easy, and since you're quite talented, don't throw your life away. While the man was talking, he didn't stop attacking. He waved his hand and unleashed a palm strike, shattering Ling Xiao's sword energy. At the same time, he formed a claw with his left hand, and the huge claw flew towards the Gengjin King's snake like a dark cloud. While dealing with Ling Xiao, this guy was also trying to get his hands on the Gengjin King's snake. He was way too arrogant. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Originally, he had thought that this person would be difficult to deal with, but just as he had guessed, this person had underestimated him because his cultivation was relatively low. Now, Jiang Chun had a chance. Bang! The Gengjin King's snake was struck by the claw and fell heavily onto the ground. Its body was covered in blood. It let out a miserable shriek, and it looked like it wasn't far from death. The Gengjin King's snake was an ancient species, and if it wasn't weakened, with this guy's strength, he wouldn't have been able to hurt it. But now, it could only wait to be slaughtered. Void-shattering finger! While his opponent was attacking the Gengjin King's snake, Ling Xiao once again unleashed his magical martial skill. His opponent was already on guard. But if he didn't use all his strength to defend against the void-shattering finger, he wouldn't be able to block it. In the end, his skull was pierced through by the void-shattering finger. His injury wasn't light. Ling Xiao didn't want to show any mercy. He unleashed the bloodthirsty plague and slowly weakened his opponent's strength. You little bastard, how dare you hurt me! The middle-aged man was furious. I am the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang. If you had listened to me, I could have kept you alive when we reached the chaotic sand ocean. But now you have really pissed me off. Go to hell! Leader of the Twin Tiger Gang? Ling Xiao had never heard of it before. He guessed that it was a small faction in the chaotic sand ocean. Other than the Beast Deity Alliance and the Patriarch Society, there were other smaller factions in the chaotic sand ocean. Jiang Chun guessed that the Twin Tiger Gang was one of them. If the leader was so weak, then the Twin Tiger Gang wouldn't be much either. There was no need for him to be afraid. As the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang spoke, he had already launched an attack on Ling Xiao. Maybe he thought that if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, he wouldn't be able to leave with the Gengjin King's snake in peace. And he had to be quick. There would be people passing by at any time. If someone saw him, it would be troublesome. After all, there were many powerful people here. His claw, which was like a huge dark cloud, gathered again. But this time, it wasn't the Gengjin King's snake that attacked, but Ling Xiao. Sky Tiger Claw! God's Fist! Ling Xiao unleashed the god's fist and blocked the sky tiger claw. Although his body was knocked away by the impact, it was mostly because he wanted to reduce the impact of the attack. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang wasn't having a good time either. He had underestimated Ling Xiao's strength, and he was also injured. He was knocked back by the god's fist, and he was only able to stabilize his body a few dozen meters away. Good kid, you are really strong. I never thought that although your cultivation base is weak, the quality of your true yuan is so high. Looks like I have underestimated you. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was shocked. In the past, whenever he met a peak Heavenly Core warrior, he would be able to kill them with just one strike. He would beat them up so badly that even their own father wouldn't be able to recognize them. But today, he had suffered a few losses because of this peak Heavenly Core warrior. Chapter 4476. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang? You're just a nobody in the chaotic sand ocean. I advise you to get the hell out of here. I'm a disciple of the City of Gold. If you're not afraid of death, you can stay. Ling Xiao pulled the banner of a tiger while condensing an even more powerful move. He knew that his words would not scare the other party. The other party was obviously a veteran. If he was in the Golden Sky region, he might be afraid. But this was the chaotic sand ocean. There was no need for him to be afraid. You're a disciple of the City of Gold. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was not afraid, but he felt that it would be troublesome. After all, if he killed the other party, he would be hunted down by the martial artists of the City of Gold. At that time, he would be very busy. Don't think that he would be fine in the chaotic sand ocean. There were many martial artists in the chaotic sand ocean. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was still weighing the pros and cons. Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. The 10-sword talisman flew through the air. This talisman was extremely powerful. It was originally used for sneak attacks. Seeing this, the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang hurriedly blocked. But what he did not expect was that Ling Xiao's real killing move was hidden behind the 10-sword talisman, Cosmic Light Fist. The moment the Cosmic Light Fist was released, the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang lost sight of Ling Xiao. Oh no! He knew that he was in trouble. He did not think about the Gingjin serpent at all. Instead, he thought about how to escape. In the next moment, the 10-sword talisman and the Cosmic Light Fist arrived at the same time. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang did not hesitate and used the terrifying impact to turn around and escape. This time, he was injured because he underestimated his opponent. But as long as he did not die, the next time he met Ling Xiao, he would definitely skin Ling Xiao alive. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. While no one was around, he threw the dying Gingjin serpent into the mountain river world and left. A long night was fraught with problems. The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was nothing, but if he met someone stronger, it would be troublesome. In the light path, Ling Xiao met a few people who were talking about what happened. Of course, they left early, so they didn't know about the battle between Ling Xiao and the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang. One of them said, "This Twin Tiger Gang's leader is not to be trifled with. We have to run quickly. It might not be a good thing for the Gingjin Kingsnake to fall into our hands. Instead, it might become a problem for us." "Is the Twin Tiger Gang that scary?" Ling Xiao asked casually. That person glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "You must have just arrived at the chaotic sand sea. Speaking of this Twin Tiger Gang, although they might not be powerful, they were definitely extremely vicious. What they did was murder and plunder. Their actions are extremely ruthless, and they won't give up until they achieve their goal. If anyone offends them and doesn't eradicate the Twin Tiger Gang, then they can forget about having a good life." "I see. Thank you." Ling Xiao sped up and instantly left those people far behind. "I was wrong. The person who spoke earlier sucked in a breath of cold air. This person's speed is so fast, he must be a core fragmentation expert. It can't be, I think his soul is only 18 years old. So what? Have you heard of Warlord Huang Jinlan from the City of Gold? Have you heard of Wang Quan Tianming from the Palace of Eternal Life? They are all young people, but their strength is terrifying. These people are true geniuses. Could this person be one of them? I don't know, but he's definitely not an ordinary person. That's why we have to be careful in the chaotic sand sea. If you're not careful, you'll meet someone you can't afford to offend. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what they were talking about. At this time, Ling Xiao was rushing as he thought to himself. The Twin Tiger Gang couldn't be left alive, or else the news of him obtaining the Gingjin King Snake would be leaked. First, he had to find a place to refine the Gingjin King Snake. Then, he would find the Twin Tiger Gang's leader and kill him. His last attack left his spiritual imprint on the Twin Tiger Gang's leader. It was easy to find him. Soon, Ling Xiao walked out of the light path, but he didn't enter any of the cities in the chaotic sand sea. Instead, he found a place to deal with the Gingjin King Snake. Because he already had the Death Kingdom Black Demon Snake. The Gingjin King Snake and the Death Kingdom Black Demon Snake fused. It transformed into the 9-headed Demon King Snake. The terrifying feeling was almost at the divine physique echelon level. It was even more terrifying than the other beast souls. Ling Xiao felt that the energy in his sea of cultivation had increased to 40%. When breaking through to the next realm, the increase was usually slower. Now, it had increased to 40%. It was all thanks to killing the Beast Tamer General and the Scarlet Sun's sacred leader. This time, it was also because of the Gingjin King Snake. His physical body had improved a lot, reaching the peak of strength. It wouldn't be long before he could break through again. This time, he would have to fight a fierce battle. Ling Xiao was like this every time he broke through. Without an exciting battle, it wasn't easy to break through. After finishing his cultivation, Ling Xiao went to find the Twin Tiger Gang. There weren't many people in the Twin Tiger Gang, only 7 in total. They were known as the Twin Tiger 7 ferocious beasts. Their strength was about the same. Only that help was the most powerful. Right now, Ling Xiao was looking forward to the Twin Tigers Gang's help. Otherwise, if he wanted to win against 7 people, the only thing he could do was to use the Great Demon King. However, that was the last thing he wanted to do. On the way, he heard something interesting. The Board of Patriarchs was offering a reward for the capture of the Twin Tiger 7 ferocious beasts. It was said that these 7 people had seriously violated the Board of Patriarchs' rules, so the Board of Patriarchs issued a warrant for their arrest. After flying for a long time, Ling Xiao arrived at a valley. The valley was covered in dark clouds. There were many strange rocks. It didn't look like a good place. The surrounding environment formed a natural maze. If not for Ling Xiao's expertise in formations, he wouldn't have dared to step in. With a cold smile, Ling Xiao dashed in. Not long after he entered the valley, more than 10 martial artists flew over from the horizon. Although these martial artists were dressed differently, they were all wearing different clothes. Although they were wearing different clothes, they all had the same symbol on them. It looked like there were 13 figures in total. This was the symbol of the Board of Patriarchs. These people weren't very strong. Most of them were only at the Heavenly Core Realm, and only a few of them had reached the Extreme Core Realm. Senior Disciple Chen, this is the Valley of Dead Souls. I heard it's the hiding place of the Twin Tiger Gang. Today, we're here to kill the Twin Tiger Gang's leader. We'll definitely be rewarded by the Board of Patriarchs. Our future is just around the corner, one of the men said excitedly. That's right, someone from the Board of Patriarchs saw that the Twin Tiger Gang's leader was injured. I think he was injured when we captured the Gingjin King Snake. If we can kill him, we can even get the Gingjin King Snake. That's another great achievement, another man said. You're all right, but we have to be careful. Although the Twin Tiger Gang's leader is injured, he's still alive. Don't be careless. Once we get his head, I'll get the position I want, and all of us will have a good life. Senior Disciple Chen said with a smile. This Senior Disciple Chen was the strongest amongst them, but he was only at the peak of the Extreme Core Realm. End of chapter. Chapter 4477. There were a total of 15 people in this group. Among them, Senior Brother Chen was the strongest, but he was only at the extreme realm of Dan. It didn't sound like much, but in fact, their strength was not weak. One must know that among the top geniuses in the 3,000 Holy City, only Qi Xiao was at the first level of the Shattered Core realm. The rest were all at the extreme realm of Dan. Strength was something that couldn't be known without comparison. Let's go! The group of 15 people entered the Netherworld Valley. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already reached the depths of the valley. This damn place was really as it looked on the surface, like a maze. It was really not easy to find a person. Beg Master Cat! The white jade cat suddenly said with a smile. Beg you? Yes, Master Cat promises that you can find the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang. Although this thing is cunning, using the natural terrain here to form an illusion array to protect itself. But how can this kind of little trick be hidden from Master Cat? The white jade cat laughed. Ling Xiao ignored it. Perhaps this little thing really had this kind of ability, but he didn't have to ask for it. He could do it himself. In terms of array attainments, the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang couldn't be compared with him. Soon, Ling Xiao came to a lake. This lake was not big, but the water was very deep. One couldn't see the end at a glance. From time to time, there were monsters rushing out of the lake, making strange roars. Hee hee, that dog is hiding under here, right? Ling Xiao smiled. The white jade cat was obviously a little surprised. How do you know? Ling Xiao ignored it, suddenly condensed vital essence, and suddenly blasted towards the lake. The god's fist fell from the void. It crashed on the lake. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The lake water flew all over the sky. In an instant, something strange happened. The moment the lake water splashed, it revealed a trace of strange energy fluctuation. It really is an illusion array. Ling Xiao smiled and took out the materials to break the array. When everything was ready, he punched again. As the lake water splashed, it was instantly absorbed by the array-breaking stone. A majestic palace was exposed below. The words, Twin Tiger Gang, were written in large letters on the palace. Although the palace was not big, it was magnificent. With this group of fellows hiding here, ordinary people who didn't know anything about arrays wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Although this Twin Tiger Gang's strength isn't much, but the amount of money they have plundered is not small. Naturally, there were array formation experts willing to help. However, encountering a nemesis like Ling Xiao, this was the outcome. Endless Divine Fist! Ling Xiao didn't go in. Instead, he directly blasted out the Endless Divine Fist. Terrifying fists landed densely on the palace. They were like meteorites crashing down. When it was released, a terrifying power bloomed. It turned into two huge and mighty tigers. They blocked the Great Devil King's attack. It's actually a mortal-grade monarch weapon, and it's much better than the Flood Dragon's heart. There were dragon patterns on monarch weapons. 10 dragon patterns and below were mortal-grade weapons, while 10 to 20 dragon patterns were top-grade weapons. And so on. The Flood Dragon's heart only had half a dragon pattern, so it wasn't an monarch weapon at all. However, the Twin Tiger's Divine Seal did have a dragon pattern. No wonder the Twin Tiger's gang was still standing. With such a treasure in hand, even a 9th-level core fragmentation realm warrior might not be able to do anything to them. As long as they didn't encounter a divine body realm warrior, they would be able to survive. I want this thing! Ling Xiao sneered. The Great Devil King's attack was even fiercer. No matter how powerful the Twin Tiger's Divine Seal was, the user was still too weak. He couldn't block the Great Devil King's attack at all. A moment later, the leader of the Twin Tiger's gang was smashed into meat paste. Ling Xiao took the Twin Tiger's Divine Seal and forcefully erased the soul imprint on it. Generally, the soul imprint of a dead person was relatively easy to erase. Then, he implanted his own soul imprint, and the Twin Tiger's Divine Seal belonged to him. What a pity! I wanted to bring you to receive your reward, but now you've become meat paste. There's no other way. Ling Xiao shook his head, feeling a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have told the Great Devil King to take it easy. He recalled the great Devil King and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, someone flew over. There were quite a number of people. "Stop, leave the Twin Tiger's divine seal, and we can talk about anything." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. "How could I give you what I got just because you said so? Dream on." When those people rushed over, they directly attacked. There was no intention of negotiating at all. They were shameless enough to snatch it. Chapter 4478. Bastards, I finally got this good stuff, but you want to take advantage of it. How can there be such a good thing in this world? You're courting death. Ling Xiao did not hold back. After all, the people who came were not strong. He got into position and used the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. He activated his true origin and divine consciousness, and the two ferocious divine tigers tore through the air. They instantly blocked the attacks of those people and even killed a few of them on the spot. However, one of the black lights attacked and left a terrifying wound on his body. Ling Xiao frowned. "This black light is so powerful that my body can't block it." He did not dare to be careless and immediately transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat. He also activated the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He took a closer look at the person who released the black light. Damn, he looks so familiar. Isn't he that shameless Qi Yuan? He's the son of sacred leader Qi Yang and one of the judges sent by the Golden City. He tried to trick him with the marrow extermination pill, but he ended up harming Yu Ruo. Why is this bastard in the chaotic desert sea? Ling Xiao frowned as he thought. Who are the others? It seemed that there were people from the Patriarch Society in this group. He noticed the martial artists in the group wearing the Patriarch Society's insignia. They were all gathered together. He did not know the people from the Patriarch Society. Qi Yuan was obviously here to settle the score with him. Moreover, he did not know what treasure he had in his hand that could release such a powerful black light. Even he could not block it. It must be another mortal-grade Emperor weapon. He did not know if the Twin Tiger Divine Seal or the gourd was more powerful. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Qi Yuan was indeed here to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, but he did not expect that he would come here to help the Patriarch Society. He actually met Ling Xiao here. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. His eyes were cold and sinister. He was here to get rid of Ling Xiao. His chance had come. Since Brother Qi Yuan knows this person, then it'll be easy. The one who stepped forward was none other than Senior Brother Qin. He smiled and said, You're Ling Xiao, right? The Twin Tiger Divine Seal is something that our Council of Elders wants. If you hand it over, we can give you a great merit. You should understand that you were able to kill the Twin Tiger Gang's leader because we were there to intimidate them. You can't take all the credit for yourself. Idiot! Ling Xiao was speechless. He didn't know if this person was shameless or ignorant to say such words. It was truly laughable. You dare to call me an idiot? Senior Brother Chen's face suddenly darkened. Do you want to die? Originally, Senior Apprentice Brother Chen had only come here to take the heads of the Twin Tiger Gang's 7 fiends as his contribution. Qi Yuan thought that the opportunity had come. The 9 Revolutions gourd's black light turned into a sword light and stabbed at Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, another figure appeared behind Qi Yuan and stabbed the sharp East Victory Fiend God's sword into his body. Qi Yuan only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before he lost his life. Ling Xiao took the 9 Revolutions gourd and turned to leave. He couldn't let others know that he killed someone from the Council of Elders. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. After leaving Nether Valley, he went straight to the chaotic desert, the place where he cultivated previously. He had to figure out how to use the 9 Revolutions gourd first. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal only had one use, and that was to release 2 tigers to attack or defend. However, the 9 Revolutions gourd had 9 uses. Unfortunately, that idiot Qi Yuan only used one before he was killed by Ling Xiao. What a good-for-nothing. There were actually 2 dragon patterns on the 9 Revolutions gourd. Although it was also a mortal-grade Emperor artifact, Its quality was even more terrifying than the twin tiger divine seal. For Qi Yuan to have such a treasure, someone probably gave it to him. Ling Xiao was about to erase the soul mark on the 9 revolutions gourd when a light figure suddenly appeared. A person appeared. Who dares to erase the soul mark on the 9 revolutions gourd? Are you courting death? Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect that this person would be worried after giving it to Qi Yuan, and even leave behind a divine sense protection. What's your name? Ling Xiao asked. I'm the War King, Huang Jinlan. Never heard of you. Ling Xiao shook his head. No matter who you are, since this thing fell into my hands, I naturally have to make it mine. He sneered and forcefully erased the other party's soul mark. Even Huang Jinlan's divine sense was shattered. It was just a remnant soul. It wasn't Huang Jinlan himself, so it wasn't a big deal. Come and read. Chapter 4479. He erased the divine sense that Huang Jinlan had left in the gourd. This item now belonged to Ling Xiao. The so-called 9 transformations of the 9 transformations gourd had a total of 4 modes: attack, defense, healing, and curse. The attack mode included flying sword, venomous bug, sword formation, aurora, and world destruction. The defense mode included light shield, 9 transformations armor. There was only one healing mode, healing technique. There was only one curse mode, confinement. A total of 9. This was the origin of the 9 transformations gourd. Huang Jinlan's method to deal with the giant devil king was confinement. Unfortunately, before Qi Yuan could use it, he was already killed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, this treasure really depended on who had it. In the hands of trash, it didn't have much meaning. After controlling the 9 transformations gourd, Ling Xiao truly stepped into the chaotic sand sea's huge door that he couldn't see the end of. This door seemed to separate the eternal desert from the chaotic sand sea. No matter how many light paths there was only one endpoint, and that was this huge door. Ling Xiao followed the crowd and walked towards the huge door like the others. Staring at the group of armored soldiers near the huge door, he couldn't help but frown. Although this group of armored soldiers were dressed differently from the martial artists from the Board of Patriarchs that he had killed before. However, the insignia on them was the same. Needless to say, they were from the Board of Patriarchs. Although the Board of Patriarchs was a relatively loose organization, it was impossible to rule the chaotic Sand Sea's 9th district without its own law enforcement team. Ling Xiao tried his best to remain calm. After all, no one had seen him kill people. Those who had seen him were all killed. Therefore, he wasn't worried. After all, the law enforcement team was made up of martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, it was divided into many small organizations. This group of people didn't look like they were from the Golden Sky region. The aura of martial artists from each region and 9 worlds was different. People from the Eternal Emperor region? Ling Xiao frowned. People from the Eternal Emperor region always had a feeling of being high and mighty. This was something that people from other places couldn't learn. It was as if they were born to be kings. They always released a fearsome, domineering aura. Stop. What's your name? Ling Xiao was quickly stopped. However, he wasn't surprised. He wasn't the only one who was stopped. Ling Xiao! There was nothing to hide. Although his name might be famous in the 3,000 holy cities, not many people had heard of him in this place. Ling Xiao? I've never heard of him. Someone from the Council of Patriarchs was killed just now. Therefore, everyone had to be strictly interrogated. Bring him over. They were deliberately making things difficult for him. The others were just asking questions. Ling Xiao realized that these men were all bullying those below the Heavenly Core realm. He was just a perfect Heavenly Core warrior, and in front of these men, he was just a fat piece of meat that had been delivered to their doorstep. Ling Xiao did not refuse to go with these people. He wanted to see what these people wanted to do. Where are you from? Along the way, a martial artist asked. Golden Sky region, 3,000 holy cities. Battle Alliance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. These were all things that didn't need to be concealed. Speaking of them would instead increase his status. Battle Alliance. Oh right, I heard there's an incredible young man in the 3,000 holy cities. I think he's the Alliance Chief of the Battle Alliance. Have you seen him before? The martial artist said with a smile. Alliance Chief of the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao. That's me, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Hearing this, the martial artists were startled for a moment. Obviously, they were a little scared. But after a short moment, they all burst out into laughter. You! A perfect heavenly core warrior, how can you be the Alliance Chief of the Battle Alliance? Is there no one else in the Golden Sky region, or are you just making things up? That's right, if you can become the champion of the Golden Battle with such strength, I really wonder how trashy the 3,000 holy cities are. Needless to say, these people were pretty well informed. The Golden Battle had just ended not long ago. And these people actually knew about the result. But obviously, this was just hearsay, and they didn't know much about the details. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about what they said. He was used to being looked down upon, so his temper wasn't that bad. They were just a bunch of idiots. Getting angry at idiots would only anger him to death. The group stepped into the chaotic sand ocean. Ling Xiao finally entered this magical place. Even though this was just the edge of the 12th sector, it was still bustling. However, it looked quite prosperous. Many martial artists had set up stalls by the roadside to sell things. But in the bustling corners, there were killings happening from time to time. Ling Xiao witnessed someone being killed with his own eyes, and the surrounding people were just watching as if they were watching a show. They didn't have any intention to help. To them, this was none of their business. While Ling Xiao was observing the surrounding situation, the 20 over martial artists from the Patriarch Assembly who surrounded him also started chatting. Ling Xiao didn't know where they were bringing him. But looking at the surrounding situation and listening to these idiots chatting, it wasn't a bad thing either. As everyone knows, our Eternal Emperor domain is ranked first among the 4 regions and 9 worlds. And the Golden Sky region is ranked 4th or 6th? Who cares? Other than the top 3, the rest of the forces are more or less the same. Yes, the Eternal Emperor domain is ranked first, the Heavenly Sacred Ground is ranked second, and the Savage Beast region is ranked third. The rest are all trash. The few of them were very proud when they said this. They were proud that they belonged to the Eternal Emperor domain. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A bunch of arrogant idiots. Even if the Eternal Emperor domain was ranked first, they wouldn't dare to look down on any other forces. There was a reason why the 4 regions and 9 worlds could exist at the same time. If the other forces were as trash as they said, wouldn't the Eternal Emperor domain, the Heavenly Sacred Ground, and the Savage Beast region divide the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Unfortunately, they didn't. If they didn't, it meant that they weren't strong enough. Let's do it here. They came to a remote place. The martial artist from the Patriarch Assembly finally revealed a ferocious expression. What do you want? Ling Xiao asked faintly. What do we want? Don't be so afraid. We just want money. How about this? Give us 20 million high-grade spirit stones or 2 supreme-grade spirit stones, and we'll forget about it. Or else, you'll be labeled as a criminal for killing a martial artist from the Patriarch Assembly. You'll be dead for sure, one of them said with a ferocious expression. The rest of them surrounded Ling Xiao as well. They were like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a fat little lamb. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a situation, they would have been scared out of their wits, and would have done whatever they were told. But Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. You guys do this all the time, and you're still alive. This is a miracle. Is this guy crazy? What is he talking about? One of the martial artists said with a smile. I guess he still thinks he's in a trash place like the 3,000 Saint City. How dare he act tough in front of us? I'll ask you one more time. Give us money, or be treated as a criminal and sent away. They thought they had more people on their side, so they weren't afraid. After all, there were more than 20 of them. A dozen of them were at the perfect heavenly core realm, and a few were at the extreme core realm. They didn't think Ling Xiao would be able to do anything to them. Chapter 4480. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, I'm really the one who killed the Patriarch Society's martial artists. What? When the 20 people heard this, they were shocked. Because they knew that among the people who died, there were martial artists at the peak of the alchemy realm. If the criminal was really this kid, then it would be troublesome. Run! They wanted to escape. But they found that a strange energy had enveloped them. They couldn't leave no matter what. Ling Xiao only used a short while to kill all of these people, leaving only one behind. These people knew that he was a criminal, so they had to kill him. Moreover, they dared to threaten him and humiliate him. Death was actually too easy for these people. In fact, according to his personality, these people should be tortured for a while before killing them. The chaotic sand sea was not the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This was a lawless world. Although there was the Patriarch Society. But this was just a loose organization, and it really didn't have much of an effect. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao didn't kill others, others would kill him. He was 100% sure that once he took out the spirit stones, the other party would definitely kill him to silence him. After all, they didn't want the Patriarch Society to know about this. They didn't want the Golden Firmament to know either. The remaining person was so scared that he peed his pants. He lay at Ling Xiao's feet in fear and cried, Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. This person knew that he had encountered a tough nut to crack. In fact, they did this every day. Even if they met someone they couldn't afford to offend, because they were from the Patriarch Society, they didn't dare to go too far. But this person was too terrifying. He killed people without saying a word. This was the king of hell. Do you want to live? Easy, get me an identity. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What identity? Of course it's the identity of a martial artist from the Patriarch Society. The Patriarch Society occupied the most areas. Even if it was a loose organization, it still had a reputation. With this identity, it would be much more convenient to do things. I can only get the identity of an ordinary disciple, that person said in fear. It doesn't matter. It's just an identity, Ling Xiao said indifferently. The man hurriedly took out a token from his clothes and gave it to Ling Xiao. As long as you enter your identity data, it will be done. Originally, this item was meant for the cultivators from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Logically speaking, the martial practitioners of the 9 realms of the 4 realms should be the targets of the Council of Patriarchs. That person explained. Ling Xiao gave it a try, and it was indeed reliable. Can you let me go now? The man asked in a trembling voice. I can let you go, but you have to eat this. Ling Xiao took out a soul-absorbing pill. He could let this person go, but this person already knew that he had killed someone from the Board of Patriarchs. He had to be on his guard. The soul-absorbing pill was the best. As long as this person wanted to reveal information about him, he would know that he could detonate the soul-absorbing pill remotely. Because the martial artist was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill him, he could only force himself to swallow the soul-absorbing pill in fear and helplessness. Scram. Remember, don't reveal anything about me. This way, you can live peacefully. After saying this, Ling Xiao continued to move forward. In front of him was the storm area closest to the entrance. The storm zone was surrounded by a huge wall, which made it look like a city. Other than the main city, there were also sub-cities, villages and towns. It was quite complete. The storm area was extremely large. As for how large it was, Ling Xiao didn't know. In any case, he couldn't see it at a glance. Just the main city was already very majestic and spectacular. Adding the nearby sub-cities and villages, it was even more terrifying. This place should belong to the Board of Patriarchs' territory. Ling Xiao looked at the patrolling soldiers walking on the street and knew who this place belonged to. He prepared to enter the storm area and inquire about the storm ruins. This name was given according to the area. As for what the original name of the ruins was, no one knew yet. Whether or not there was what he was looking for in the ruins, there was a need to investigate. If there were no relics of Zishin and Yushin, there might be other treasures. As long as it was something that could increase his strength, he wanted it. However, it wasn't an easy thing to enter the ruins. The ruins were extremely precious existences. The Board of Patriarchs and the Beast God Alliance both treated it as a treasure. Whoever wanted to enter had to get their permission. Moreover, 90% of the things obtained inside had to be handed over. It was the same everywhere. Those who were powerful could set the rules at will, even if these rules were unreasonable. There was nothing to be done because they were powerful. After entering the storm area, Ling Xiao understood the difference between the city of this damned place and the Golden Sky domain. This place was said to be the Board of Patriarchs' territory. However, the Board of Patriarchs basically didn't care. The storm area was basically in a state of autonomy. Unless something major happened, the Board of Patriarchs would only appear. The Board of Patriarchs would generally only manage the ruins strictly. In the storm area's main city, there were hundreds of battles going on at the same time. Along the way, Ling Xiao had seen quite a few of them. Some were still okay. They didn't die, but were seriously injured. As for some of them, they were directly killed. As long as you didn't attack the Board of Patriarchs, no one would care even if you killed until the sky turned dark. A few people wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, they were frightened by the terrifying aura released by Ling Xiao and didn't dare to make a move in the end. What made Ling Xiao excited was that in this place, he finally saw all kinds of people from the 4 regions and 9 realms. He had seen people from the Savage Beast region and the Deep Sea Dragon region before. However, he had seen people from the 9 Stars Heaven realm and the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. People from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region all had the characteristics of heavenly demons. People from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region generally had pure white wings and were very recognizable. There were also people from the Storm Astral realm, who were actually wrapped in wind elements from head to toe. It was very strange. The people of the Thunder Astral plane all had blue skin and blue hair. The lightning wrapped around their bodies was particularly conspicuous. People from the Lava Astral realm were generally tall and looked as if they were made of rocks. They were quite fierce. However, these races were collectively called humans. A human like Ling Xiao was actually called the human race in the mystic world. Human was a general term, and the human race was an exclusive term. Seeing the people from the Savage Beast region, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of his friends in the Savage Beast region. He had made many friends along the way. But if he had to say who was the closest to him, it would be Long Chun and Cold Plum. Of course, Little Gold was also very good. They were like brothers. Fortunately, these 3 people were all in the Savage Beast region. If they were free, the 3 of them could visit together. Ling Xiao even looked forward to how good it would be if these 3 people came to the chaotic Sand Sea. Then, everyone could sit together and have a drink. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a strong wind behind him. His figure flashed and easily dodged. Then, he looked coldly at the person who attacked him. "Brother, don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person." These days, bad people wouldn't say that they were bad people. Chapter 4481. You're not a bad person, I am. Ling Xiao looked at the martial artist opposite him and said mockingly, "This brother really knows how to joke." That person smiled awkwardly. "All right, enough nonsense. What are you looking for me for?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. "Oh, brother, I see that you and I are fated, so I want to invite you to join our Black Wolf gang. The chaotic Sand Sea is extremely dangerous. Everyone needs to be organized. If you don't have anyone to protect you, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive here for more than 3 days," that middle-aged man said. "We don't have any fate at all. It's better to go our separate ways, lest we hurt each other," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Little brother, people still have to see reality clearly. Otherwise, you might lose your life now. The middle-aged man's tone suddenly became cold. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned into a gust of wind and approached Ling Xiao with extreme speed. In the gust of wind, a cold light flickered. It stabbed towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If you want to die, then say it earlier. I've never been afraid of killing people. Finished speaking, a punch blasted out. That gust of wind suddenly stopped, and the cold light fell to the ground. The middle-aged martial artist was directly blasted into a meat paste. Just a martial artist at the early stage of extreme pill realm cultivation actually dared to be rash in front of him. Also really stupid enough. After killing the other party, Ling Xiao clapped his hands and continued forward. His Tai Chi eye searched the ruins of the storm area. His goal was very clear. If there were no definite clues, he was prepared to search one by one. Searching all 12 ruins, he didn't believe that he couldn't find Yushin and Zixin's relics. As for whether he could enter or not, he would naturally know when he reached the place. Methods were thought of by people. There would always be a way. In order to prevent such idiots from continuing to come and find trouble, Ling Xiao simply released the puppet warrior. This thing, he originally didn't want it. Later, Gaoshan suggested that he still brought one. The people in this chaotic sand sea all looked at people. If they saw that you had a puppet warrior at the peak stage of extreme pill realm, they naturally wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Perhaps it was because this place was at the edge of the chaotic sand ocean. The strongest martial artist Ling Xiao had seen was the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang, who was at the 3rd stage of the core fragmentation realm. The others were all below the extreme realm of alchemy. Most of them were at the heavenly core realm. Even the extreme realm of alchemy was in the minority. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that these warriors were definitely not the backbone of the chaotic desert sea, but they were definitely the majority. At the very least, with a puppet warrior at the peak of the extreme stage of pill, there would be much less harassment. Just as he had predicted, after releasing the puppet warriors, the people who came to harass him were basically gone. On the other hand, he was dumbfounded by the variety of people. He came from the Sky Dragon continent. He knew that in the Sacred Dynasty, there were tens of thousands of races. But in reality, there were very few races. It wasn't until they came here that they saw many strange races. Along the way, Ling Xiao gradually increased his speed. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the center of the storm zone. This central hub was built near the ruins. The 12th sector was built because of the 12 ruins, so it was normal. As they approached the center of the storm zone, Ling Xiao saw more and more extreme stage of pill warriors. Occasionally, he would even see some core fragmentation realm warriors. Obviously, the closer they were to the center, the stronger the average strength of the warriors. The security of the center was much better than the other areas. After all, the center still had to pay attention to some things. Ling Xiao decided to just put away the puppet warriors. He quietly walked among the crowd. A heavenly core warrior, although he wasn't weak in this place, he wasn't strong either. No one would pay attention to such a small fry. Ling Xiao was happy to have some free time. The center of the storm zone was built in a unique way. It looked like a tornado had been blown up by a storm. What a magnificent city! Ling Xiao sighed with emotion, then he walked up to it. He didn't like to ask for help, but if he wanted to enter the storm zone, he had to get the approval of the center of the storm zone. Although he wasn't afraid of causing trouble, there was no need for him to purposely cause trouble. "Excuse me, can I apply to enter the storm zone here?" Ling Xiao tried his best to show his sincerity. "Get lost! A heavenly core warrior wants to enter the storm zone? You must be out of your mind!" As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little devils are hard to deal with. This saying was true. Some little devils don't know their names just because they have a little bit of power. They just want to cause trouble for you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he said coldly, "I'm a disciple from the Golden City." "Golden City?" Hearing this, the man finally showed some respect. After all, the Golden City was the strongest existence in the Golden Sky region. peak heavenly core realm? Humph, you're just bragging. From what I know, the weakest warrior in the Golden City is at least at the late stage of Pill Realm. That person checked Ling Xiao's cultivation, and his attitude immediately became rude and unreasonable again. The anger in Ling Xiao's eyes became even stronger. He wanted to keep a low profile, but he kept hitting a wall. Fuck. He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the guard's neck, then he said coldly, Fuck, I'm talking to you nicely, but you don't want to cooperate. Do you want this? The guard wanted to struggle, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move at all. After all, this guard was just an Earth Core warrior. He wasn't even a Heavenly Core warrior. The reason why he dared to be rude in front of Ling Xiao was because he was a member of the Patriarch Society. Let go of me, do you want to become the enemy of the Patriarch Society? The guard immediately panicked. I'd like to see if the Patriarch Society will really do something for an insignificant guard like you. Do you want to become the enemy of the Golden City? Ling Xiao exerted even more strength in his hands. Spare me! Spare me! The guard finally felt fear. Ling Xiao coldly harumphed, then he let go of the guard. I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you right now, Ling Xiao said fiercely. Yes, go ahead and ask. The guard was extremely depressed. He was just using his identity as a guard of the Board of Patriarchs to show off. He never thought that he would run into a man. He couldn't afford to offend someone like this. The result of offending someone like this would be death. Let me ask you, if I want to enter the ruins of Storm, what should I do? Ling Xiao asked. If you want to enter the ruins of Storm, you need to get a Storm Medallion first. But the Storm Medallion only allows warriors who have broken through to the Extreme Core Realm and above. I'm afraid your cultivation level is not high enough. The guard didn't dare to hide anything. Is there any way to solve this? Ling Xiao asked again. There is a way. First, you have to join an organization, and the leader of the organization has to meet the requirements, then you can get a Storm Medallion. Second, you have to break through to the Extreme Core Realm within a short period of time, the guard hurriedly said. There are no exceptions. For example, although your cultivation level isn't high enough, your overall strength is high enough. Ling Xiao asked again. I really don't know about that. I think there have been precedents, but those were all handled by the higher-ups. As for the specifics, I really don't know, the guard said with a bitter smile. Chapter 4482. The guard said, My advice to you is to find an organization. The stormy ruin is extremely dangerous, and if you go in alone, you might lose your life. You don't have to worry about that. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He didn't know anyone in the Board of Patriarchs. Also, he didn't want to cause any trouble. The only way was to join an organization. Or to form an organization? While he was thinking, a group of men suddenly rushed towards him. Obviously, this guard had used some special method to contact his companions. There were a total of 9 men who came, and including this guard, there were 10 of them. One of them was obviously stronger than the others. But he was only a peak Heavenly Core warrior, the same as Jiangqin. Captain, this is the man, how dare he attack me? When the guard saw his companions, he quickly shouted out. Young man, are you tired of waiting? How dare you attack my men? Brothers, let's kill him. The captain didn't waste any more time, he just wanted to attack. Right at this moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded out from afar. What's going on? The explosion attracted the captain's attention, causing him to forget about Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, shouts could be heard coming from the street. That crazy girl is fighting with those people from the Board of Patriarchs again. Which crazy girl? That Xin Yu. I heard that girl was targeted right after she entered the chaotic desert. But I never expected her to be even more brutal. She actually killed those people from the Board of Patriarchs. She is now wanted by the Board of Patriarchs. She has a bounty of 10 million upper-rank soul stones. Hearing this, the captain looked at Ling Xiao and said, You're lucky. Brothers, let's catch Xing Yu! Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was in a daze. Xing Yu. He remembered this name very clearly. Wasn't she the disciple he had taken in? From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had made many friends, but he only had one disciple. That was Xing Yu. More accurately, her name was Dongwan Yu. Dongwan Yu was a monstrous genius. Also, she had the bloodline of the ancient East Emperor, which made her even scarier. This was the only person he had ever met whose aptitude was not inferior to his. Ling Xiao also felt that it was best to keep the goodies within the family. This was why he accepted Dongwan Yu as his disciple. To be honest, he was quite concerned about this girl. Back then, Dongwan Yu's cultivation base was still very weak. To think that she was able to come to the chaotic desert sea. Since his disciple was in trouble, as her master, he naturally had to help. Thinking of this, he followed the crowd and chased after them. Of course, when he went over, he also smashed the body of the guard into pieces. Not killing him was already a sign of mercy. On the surface, this person was obedient to him, but secretly called for reinforcements. He really deserved to die. After sending that person flying, he turned into an afterimage and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Remember this lesson. Otherwise, if you hit a metal plate, you'll die immediately. His voice rang in the ears of the guards. The guard captain was terrified. His heart was trembling. Mother Kerr, just how strong is this person? I feel that even I would be sent flying by that palm. Captain, what should we do? That person seems to have gone over. We can't afford to offend him. Maybe we're not on the same path. It's fine as long as we don't become enemies with him. This Xing Yu is someone the Doyan Society wants to capture alive. As long as we can capture her alive, we'll be able to enter the middle ranks of the Doyan Society. We won't be a mere captain now. The guard captain gritted his teeth. Compared to his future, what was fear? It was easy to overcome it. Ling Xiao really wanted to see how strong this disciple he casually accepted back then had grown. However, before he could see Xing Yu, he saw cultivators killing each other. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. The reward for capturing Xing Yu was very generous. Whoever captured her would definitely receive a huge sum of money from the Doyan Society. Moreover, they would be able to enter the middle ranks of the Doyan Society. The temptation was simply too great. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's speed grew faster and faster. In the crowd, it was like a beam of light shooting past. Many people didn't even realize that someone had passed by them. That person is so strong. Seems like we won't even be able to get any scraps. That's right. Such a strong cultivator, he must be here to capture Xing Yu. Sigh. There were also some who noticed Ling Xiao's speed and mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao was a strong cultivator. They couldn't help but sigh. Who cares? Maybe it's a fight between strong cultivators, and it's our chance. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't pay attention to what these people were talking about. His Tai Chia was still open, and soon, he saw Dongwan Yu. Right now, Dongwan Yu's body was covered with wounds. But this girl was really ferocious. When he first met her, she was so weak. But now, she was already a late Heavenly Core warrior. Judging from her combat strength, perhaps even a peak Extreme Core warrior wouldn't be a match for her. Just like Ling Xiao, she could challenge cultivators who were stronger than her. Even so, ants could bite an elephant to death. Dongwan Yu was still in trouble. If this continued, this girl would definitely die from exhaustion. In terms of escaping ability, this girl was no match for him. The cultivators who surrounded Dongwan Yu were all pretty strong, and even the weakest among them was an Earth Core warrior. The strongest among them was a peak Extreme Core warrior. Luckily, there weren't any Shattered Core warriors around, or else Dongwan Yu wouldn't have been able to last until now. It really is her, this little girl is getting prettier. Ling Xiao smiled, but he didn't slow down. Although he could see the battlefield now, he still didn't slow down. But in fact, he was still very far away. It was just that his Tai Chi could see further. Even in this dangerous situation, Dong Wonyu still showed a tenacious fighting spirit. Even though she was surrounded by so many people, she was still able to take advantage of the fact that her opponents couldn't kill her. She even caused fights between the cultivators from time to time. It was quite similar to Ling Xiao's style. You guys are really shameless. So many of you are surrounding a little girl, and you're still acting so righteous. Humph, if my master is here, all of you will die. It looked like Dong Wonyu still hadn't forgotten that she had a master called Ling Xiao. Your master? That's right, my master is Ling Xiao. After you guys see him, all of you will definitely be scared witless. As Dong Wonyu spoke, she prepared to break out. She didn't expect a miracle to appear. She had to rely on herself. This was what her master had said before. It was useless to place your hopes on others. No matter how difficult the situation was, you had to think of a way to solve it yourself. Ling Xiao? I've never heard of him before. I wonder where he came from. Ling Xiao's reputation was still too small, especially in this chaotic sand sea. There were very few people who had heard of his name before. Hence, when Dong Wonyu said this name, others would naturally mock her. If your master is here, we will still kill him. Moreover, we will kill him in front of you. Everyone roared with laughter. Chapter 4483. Even if your master is here, we will still chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Everyone burst into laughter. The one who said this was a martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. If Dong Wonyu wasn't injured, she would definitely be able to kill this guy. But now, she felt extremely depressed. Oh? Is that so? I would like to see how you are going to kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. Everyone looked towards the direction where the voice came from. A handsome young man suddenly appeared behind Dong Wonyu. His long hair was scattered behind his back, and it was flowing gently. There was a deep and cold smile in his eyes. Dong Wonyu was startled for a moment, then she was overjoyed. She turned around excitedly. There was no mistake. It was her master. Although a long time had passed, and someone told her that her master was dead, she didn't believe it. In order to find her master, she cultivated with all her might, and finally, she walked out of the golden heavenly region and came here. Master! Dong Wonyu shouted out in surprise, then she threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. Tears flowed out from her eyes. Although she was strong, she was still a girl, and she wanted to find someone to act coquettishly. She was strong, but she also wished to be like the others, to have a master who could love her. Good girl, with your master here, no one can hurt you. Ling Xiao gently patted Dong Wonyu's head. Then, he looked at the surrounding people. Who dares to bully my disciple? Who will I kill? Ha ha! The martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core stage suddenly laughed wildly. So you are this little girl's master? You are indeed trash, a peak heavenly core warrior. Not bad. But too bad, in front of me, you are nothing. Is that so? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed and comforted Dong Wonyu. Come, let's see how your master is going to take revenge for you. Dong Wonyu came out from Ling Xiao's arms and nodded her head blankly. In the next moment, she saw Ling Xiao unsheath his sword. The sword flashed. Then nothing happened. In the next moment, the dantian of the mid-core realm cultivator was penetrated. He struggled to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. The surrounding people looked at the cultivator's corpse falling from the sky with fear. Bang! Finally, it hit the ground. No one dared to move. He was completely shocked by the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed. Bastard, you actually killed my junior brother! I'll kill you! After a long while, one of them reacted and charged towards Ling Xiao. This person's cultivation was also at the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. However, its aura was slightly stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at the martial artist who was rushing over. Demonic eye! Illusion! The heavenly devil eye opened. That person suddenly stopped in midair. The next moment, A cruel smile appeared on his face as he turned around and charged into the crowd. He was the one with the strongest cultivation in the group. Once they killed their way into the crowd, several martial artists immediately died tragically. That guy knows illusions. There were still people who saw through the clues. But whether or not it could be seen, they were all in a very dangerous situation. Left with no choice, the crowd could only join forces to attack the martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme stage of the core realm. Although that person was powerful, he was still outnumbered after all. After killing dozens of people, he was defeated. After killing dozens of people, he was blasted into pieces and died on the spot. Right now, the crowd was looking at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a ghost. They were so scared that they didn't dare to get any closer. When Ling Xiao first appeared, he instantly killed a martial artist at the extreme stage of the core realm. After that, he used the demonic eye to make the martial artists kill each other. He killed dozens of people. In everyone's eyes, he had become a terrifying guy. Dong Wanyu widened her eyes as well. She thought that her cultivation was about to catch up with her master's, and her strength should be on par with her master's. But now, she knew she was wrong. Her master was indeed the greatest genius in the world. Never underestimate him, because those who did were all dead. Don't be afraid of him, he is just a heavenly core warrior. There are so many of us here, even if each of us spit a mouthful of saliva at him, he will be drowned to death. Dong Wanyu was a hot commodity, no one was willing to give up on her. Also, Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't strong, at least it wasn't at a level where he could intimidate these people. Also, those who came to the chaotic desert were all fugitives. Although they were a little scared at the beginning, their greed was more important than their greed. But greed was always more important than life. That was what they thought. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression. He knew it was useless to say anything right now, the only way to intimidate these people was to kill them. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few more figures appeared. This time, they were all at the extreme stage of the core realm, and some of them were even at the perfect stage. This brought a lot of confidence to these people. Unless Ling Xiao was a divine physique realm warrior. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid of him. Even if he was a shattered core warrior, they would still kill him. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, First, let me clarify one point. Whoever makes a move will have to die. I always keep my word. Master, let me help you. Dong Wanyu was a little worried about Ling Xiao. There were just too many enemies, at least a few thousand of them. No matter how strong her master was, once he was injured, he would become weaker and weaker, and it would be troublesome. No need! Just stand there and watch. Let me teach you another lesson. How to fight. You are still not ruthless enough. If you can't kill others, they will kill you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said indifferently. Dong Wanyu nodded hesitantly and then stopped. Everyone, attack together! Don't forget that Dong Wanyu is behind him. Only by killing him can we capture Dong Wanyu alive! For our future! For wealth! Voices rang out one after another. Madness was contagious. Thousands of people shouted in anger and charged at Ling Xiao from all directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Everyone's eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. Ling Xiao smiled. The killing intent in his body instantly rose. He quickly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. It seems that it's the same everywhere. If you don't bully others, others will bully you. Whether you keep a low profile or keep a high profile, the result is the same. Rather than that, I might as well kill to my heart's content. His eyes were covered with a layer of terrifying red. Even if the person who came today was a core fragmentation realm expert, he would still kill to his heart's content. With the great Devil King here, what was there to be afraid of? He didn't believe that divine body realm cultivators were cabbages that could be found anywhere. He put away his sword. Ling Xiao's body emitted black and white light. His right hand glowed white. His left hand was black. His right hand was a god, and his left hand was a devil. Endless fists of gods and demons! He punched with both fists. The crazy fists of gods and demons blasted out like a violent storm. With him as the center, the attacks spread out in all directions. Once the endless fists of gods and demons hit, cultivators below the extreme core realm couldn't block a single move. As long as they touched it, they would be smashed into meat paste. They would die on the spot. Even if it was an extreme core realm cultivator, they would have to flee pathetically and wouldn't dare to take it head on. After all, if they were hit by this move, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Chapter 4484. One had to know that during the Golden Battle, Ling Xiao used the Endless Divine Fist to suppress Lion Fearless, who was at the perfected stage of the Pill Realm. That was a genius who was stronger than ordinary cultivators at the perfected stage of the Pill Realm. The Endless Fiend God Fist was even more terrifying than the Endless Divine Fist. In just one move, nearly 1,000 people died. The enemies were too densely packed. Ling Xiao didn't even need to aim. He could kill a bunch of people with just a casual punch. In the face of this earth-shattering and terrifying Divine Fist, everyone froze on the spot once again. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao sneered. Dong Wangyu was dumbfounded. He was too strong. As expected of her master. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to cause such a huge destruction with the same strength. Don't be afraid of him. Such a fist technique must consume a lot of true essence. He can't use it again. Someone in the crowd shouted. That's right. This fist technique is so terrifying. How can he use it so easily? There must be some kind of restriction. Kill him. Don't be afraid. He's about to die. There were too many people. The death of 1,000 people didn't seem to be much at all. He didn't scare those people. All right, since that's the case, I'll show you something fun. Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword again. A cold smile appeared on his face. Double critical blood! 2 huge swords she pierced through the crowd. In an instant, hundreds of lives were taken. Those people didn't even know what happened before they died. Broken limbs fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Devil! Devil! Finally, someone was afraid. They turned around and fled. Ling Xiao sneered. The killing didn't stop. Blood drinking! As this move was used, a spider-web-like sword she appeared in the sky. More than 1,000 people were entangled in it. While people were guessing what this thing was for. In the next moment, the people entangled by the sword she had their blood essence sucked away and instantly turned into dried corpses. Nearly 2,000 people were killed again. In front of Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength, the number of people was meaningless. The captain of the Storm's Central Command who hurried over saw this shocking scene. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. How is this possible? How can he be so terrifying? In front of him, a martial artist with a cultivation at the Great Circle of the Alchemy Realm was actually unable to withstand it. It's too scary. Captain, let's go. This man is a demon, a murderer, a madman. He has already killed more than 3,000 people. F***ck, I want to leave too, but my legs are cramping. The captain was so scared that his legs were trembling. Thinking about how he had just been prepared to deal with Ling Xiao, he felt a burst of lingering fear. F***ck, encountering such a terrifying existence, no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Ling Xiao also noticed this small captain. He laughed contemptuously. The squad leader was so scared that he scrambled to run away with his men. He didn't want to see Ling Xiao ever again in this lifetime. If he did, he would definitely treat him like a grandson receiving his grandfather. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. More people chose to run away. He chose to avoid it. Because not only was Ling Xiao powerful, but he was also ferocious enough. In the chaotic desert sea, in the territory of the Patriarch Society, he had no intention of showing mercy. This was a terrifying demon king. A crazy killing god. What are you afraid of? He's already very tired. Seeing that more and more people were running away, the few alchemy realm martial artists were unhappy. In the beginning, they didn't want to help. They wanted to use the remaining cannon fodder to weaken Ling Xiao's combat strength. In the end, they took advantage of the situation. But now, everyone had run away, leaving only the dozen or so alchemy realm martial artists. Ling Xiao looked at these dozen or so people contemptuously. He didn't care about martial artists who hadn't reached the Shattered Core realm at all. No need to shout. You're going to die anyway. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The shadows of 7 types of giant beasts suddenly appeared behind him. To deal with these people, the 7th level of the 12 Divine Beast technique was more than enough. There was no need to use the 9th level at all. With the fusion of the East Victory God Fiend's sword, 7 terrifying auras roared and rushed into the crowd. More than half of the dozen or so alchemy realm martial artists died in an instant. The remaining ones cried out in alarm and turned to run. Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. His goal was to scare these people and make them retreat. Since they had retreated, there was no need to chase after them. To him, at this stage, he still didn't want to encounter Shattered Core realm martial artists, or even Divine Body realm martial artists. Humph, a bunch of trash. Disciple, let's go! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Holding Dong Wanyu's hand, he slowly walked out of the crowd and into the distance. Although he walked very slowly, no one dared to do anything to him. Some people even hoped that he would walk faster. They were afraid that he would suddenly change his mind. Only when he disappeared did they heave a sigh of relief. However, their eyes were still filled with fear and uneasiness. Who exactly is that person? I heard Xinghua say that he's her master. I think his name is Ling Xiao. Why haven't I heard of this name before? Master, I think she's more like a lover. We can't let him take advantage of us. That's right, we can't let him take advantage of us. Report to the organization and ask them to send a Shattered Core realm martial artist here. I don't believe we can't kill him. We must kill him. Kill this Ling Xiao. All martial artists were people who would lick the blood on their heads. You kill me, I kill you, and so on. Although Ling Xiao's frightening strength had indeed frightened many of them this time, but they wouldn't let him go so easily. They had even stronger martial artists in their organization, and they didn't believe they couldn't kill this guy. As long as Ling Xiao was still in the chaotic desert, they would never stop chasing after him, unless all of them were killed. Dong Wangyu was held by Ling Xiao's hand. While walking, she was thinking about the battle just now. Her mind was in a mess. This was too shocking. This was too shocking. She had never thought that a peak Heavenly Core warrior could be so strong. She thought she was a genius, and she thought she could protect her master. But now, she finally understood that her master would always improve faster than her. He would always be stronger than her. As long as he worked hard to reach his master's level, he would be thankful. The two of them came to a secluded place and stopped. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of those people. However, he also knew that there were even more powerful martial artists behind those people. There was no need to waste energy on thanking them. Disciple, eat. Ling Xiao casually took out a recuperation pill and gave it to Dong Wangyu. He then asked in puzzlement, Little lass, why did you come to the chaotic Sand Sea alone? And why did you offend the Doyan Society? Dong Wangyu swallowed a healing pill. Then he said, it's a long story. To put it simply, I'm here to find clues about Master. People said that the chaotic desert ocean was the most well-informed place. In the end, as soon as I arrived here, I met an injured person and accidentally saved him. Who knew that guy was such a bad guy? He insisted that he took a fancy to me and wanted me to marry him. I couldn't even refuse. He actually found someone to kidnap me. In a fit of anger, I killed that person. Who knew that he actually had a certain status in the Council of Patriarchs? He seems to be the grandson of one of the patriarchs. Mobile version of the website, M. Chapter 4485. Well done! After hearing Dong Won-yu's words, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This kind of ungrateful bastard really deserves to be killed. Dong Won-yu was originally worried that her master would blame her, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she instantly felt at ease. "All right, master, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea?" she asked happily. "To search for two things," Ling Xiao said. "They are related to the 12 ruins in the chaotic sand sea. Today, when I went to ask about the ruins, I heard that you were surrounded and attacked. Naturally, I had to come out. Master, you are so good to me." Dong Won-yu blushed and smiled sweetly. "But master, you caused a huge commotion here because of me. I'm afraid you will become a thorn in the side of those fellows. Why don't we leave the storm zone first and go to other districts to take a look?" "That's what I think too. We can leave the ruins in the storm zone for last." Ling Xiao was very clear that as long as he appeared in the storm zone now, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked by those people. Putting those trash aside for now, core fragmentation realm cultivators were still a little troublesome. He couldn't keep using the Great Devil King, right? Once the Great Devil King was exposed, he would definitely be targeted by Divine Body realm cultivators. Hence, if he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. When he used it, he would try his best not to expose himself. "I'm sorry, master. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have to leave the storm zone so quickly." Dong Won-yu sighed. "Why do you have to say this between us? If I don't protect my disciple, am I still human?" Ling Xiao rubbed Dong Won-yu's head and smiled. "Master, since we are going, why don't we go to the Heaven District directly?" Dong Won-yu suddenly suggested. "The Heaven District is the biggest among the 12 districts in the chaotic sand sea. It's also one of the 2 best ruins. If Master wants to find something, it's best to go to the Heaven District or the Eternal Ruins. It's just that the Eternal Ruins are in the Eternal Ruins. That place is the Beast Gods Alliance's territory, and you can't enter it casually. So, let's go to the Heaven District." "All right, I'll listen to you." Ling Xiao thought for a moment and agreed. Since they were going to leave the storm zone, they could go anywhere. The 12 districts were connected to each other through teleportation arrays. The Heavenly Hall district was the best. "Let's go there." The more outstanding the ruins were, the more likely it was to find the relics of Yushin and Zishin. "Then I'll lead the way." Since Dong Won-yu had found her master, she wasn't willing to leave so easily. Ling Xiao did not refuse. Dong Won-yu wasn't weak. As long as her opponent wasn't an expert at the Shattered Core Realm, she should be able to deal with them. In addition, he couldn't bear to leave such a good disciple behind so easily. The 2 of them put on a disguise and paid some spirit stones. Then, they were teleported directly to the Heavenly Hall district. The Paradise district was much larger than the Storm district. The place they came to was just the edge of the Paradise district. The teleportation array was set up here to prevent people with ulterior motives from harming the main city. It would take at least a day to reach the main city from the border. Ling Xiao and Dong Won-yu sat on the flying eagle puppet together as they traveled. Along the way, they had encountered quite a number of killings. The biggest difference between Chaotic Sand City and the 4 regions and 9 worlds was that all the killing and looting was done outside. People don't have to pretend. They can do whatever they want. Compared to this place, the place Ling Xiao stayed at before was almost like a holy land. Half a day later, Ling Xiao could already see the central area of the Paradise District. Different from the Storm District's Storm City, the Paradise District's city was simply like a white building. All the buildings gave off a holy and elegant feeling. One wouldn't dare to offend it. As expected, different cities have different styles, Ling Xiao thought to himself. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the central area of the Paradise District. This place was even larger than the central area of the Storm District. And the defense was even tighter. Whether it was the city gate or the streets, there were Saint Martial artists wearing silver-white armor everywhere. Saint Martial artists were not just a name. They also had a unique energy. This energy came from the Paradise Holy Land. These people were all baptized by the Holy Land. Those who had the power of holy light in their bodies were stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm. But because the rules here were extremely strict, everything could be done according to the rules. Neither the guards nor the patrolling cultivators found trouble with them. But after coming to this huge and unfamiliar city, the two of them still felt a little shocked and even a little confused. Master, are we going to the ruins directly? We definitely need a token here. But it's not the storm token but the heaven token. And the difficulty of obtaining it is probably even higher. Dong Wangyu said. Where can we obtain the heaven token? Ling Xiao asked. Dong Wangyu came here earlier and should know more about this place than him. Naturally, it's also the central area. But the central area is also very big. There are many different parts. There's a place where the Doyan Society gives out the heaven token. Just go there. Dong Wangyu replied. Okay, let's go and take a look. Ling Xiao felt a little lucky that he met Dong Wangyu here. Otherwise, he would probably have to use some methods to figure out the situation here. On the way, Dong Wangyu told Ling Xiao. There was a white tower in the Paradise District that towered into the clouds. That was the core of the Paradise District. The central area of the central area. It was called the Heaven Tower. The Doyan Society's headquarters was set up there. That place wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. If one barged in recklessly, it would be a direct challenge to the Doyan Society's authority. It would be very troublesome. Other than the White Tower, one could go to other places and it wouldn't affect them. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. As expected, the White Tower towered into the clouds and one couldn't see the end of it. Also, it gave off a huge pressure. Ling Xiao believed that the strongest existence in the entire chaotic sand sea was inside the White Tower. If I'm a disciple of the Golden City, I should be qualified to enter the White Tower, right? Ling Xiao sighed. Although he had become the champion of the Golden Battle, he wasn't an official disciple of the Golden City. He felt somewhat helpless. But at this stage, there was no need for him to go there. If he wanted to enter the ruins, he didn't need to go to the Heaven Tower. He only needed to obtain the Heaven Token. As for the Heaven Token, it could be obtained from the exclusive organization outside the White Tower. Even with his current identity, there was no problem. During the process of heading to the exclusive organization, Ling Xiao also paid attention to the situation in the central area of the Heaven Tower. The overall structure was different from the central area of the Storm Sand Sea. Even the living habits of the people were very different. It was as though one could see the existence of holy disciples at any time and place. Holy disciples were people who believed in the Heaven Holy Land. Their beliefs were fanatical, and there was no reason for them to go crazy. They would even kill their own family members. Naturally, this was just Ling Xiao's hearsay. Maybe it was just a form of slander. Wait a minute! There's a situation. As they walked, Ling Xiao suddenly pulled Dong Wangyu and coldly stared at a few figures flying over from not far away. Chapter 4486. Could it be that there were people from the storm region chasing after them? That was impossible. How could they be so fast? How did they know that we came to the central area of the Heaven region? Master, they aren't from the storm region. They are from the Heaven region's Jade Flower God sect. Dong Wangyu understood the chaotic mountain sea better, and was able to tell the identity of these people with a single glance. Jade Flower God sect is actually an organization under the Doyan Society. They control everything in the Heaven region other than the Heaven Pagoda and have great authority. If you want to get the Heaven Token, you mustn't offend them. Dong Wangyu reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he said that, these people were clearly here for them. From their expressions, he knew that they didn't have good intentions. What could they do? They couldn't possibly admit defeat, right? Just as he was thinking, those people had already arrived. Why are you guys from the Jade Flower God sect looking for us? Dong Wangyu calmly said. This is the first time, Master, and I came to the Heaven region. I don't think we have offended any of you, right? There were a total of 9 people. Among them, 3 were the strongest. They were at the core Shatterer realm. The others were also in the extreme realm of core. Jade Flower God Sect's disciple, Li Dian. Jade Flower God Sect's disciple, Zhang Mao. Jade Flower God Sect's disciple, Feng Hua. The three of them actually introduced themselves. It seemed like they weren't prepared to fight. However, their attitudes were really arrogant. Their eyes were filled with disdain, sharp and indifferent. It was as if they were high and mighty imperial envoys reading the imperial edict. Three disciples of the Jade Flower God Sect, why are you looking for us? Ling Xiao asked. Li Dian calmly said. We aren't looking for you. We are looking for him. Originally, Dong Huanyu thought that these people were here for her. However, when Li Dian spoke, all of them were stunned. When Li Dian spoke, she understood that her master had probably done something big after coming to the chaotic mountain sea. But no matter what, she would stand on her master's side. Looking for me? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and calmly said. That's right. You killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader in the Nethersol Valley and obtained the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. This Tiger Divine Seal is an Emperor artifact with a dragon pattern. It was originally something that belonged to my Jade Flower God Sect, but it was stolen by the Twin Tiger Gang leader. Since you've obtained it today, then return it to us. For this reason, we can let bygones be bygones. Li Dian's cold tone didn't sound like he was trying to negotiate. It was clearly a threat. If you don't hand it over, we'll settle the score. It's that simple. What if I don't? Ling Xiao made Dong Huanyu stand behind him as he coldly laughed at the people from the Jade Flower Divine Sect. You're not handing it over? Zhang Mao sneered. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal belongs to my Jade Flower Divine Cult. Only the disciples of my Yuhua Divine Religion can use it. Together with the Heavenly Tiger Dazzling Light Seal, its power was even greater. Don't self-comprehend. If you don't hand it over, die. Fire Beacon's words were even simpler. Interesting. I want to see what you can do to me. Since he had already said so much, the other party was obviously here to cause trouble. What Twin Tiger Divine Seal was from Yuhua Divine Religion? That was just bullshit. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal had a much longer history than Yuhua Divine Religion. Do you really want to die? A ruthless look flashed through Li Dian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a long blade appeared in his hand. In an instant, the blade energy was unleashed in the air. It made one's skin feel like it was being cut apart. First level of the Shattered Core Realm. Ling Xiao smiled. This Li Dian was something he could deal with. While he was thinking, Li Dian suddenly attacked. The long blade in his hand flashed, and a bright light flashed. With incredible speed, Li Dian dashed toward Jiang Chen. The blade energy was extremely sharp, and it was aimed at Ling Xiao's neck. Li Dian was going to chop off Ling Xiao's head. Although a Divine Core warrior wouldn't die if his head was chopped off, he would be severely injured. Furthermore, his soul would be injured. This guy was really ruthless. After a cold shout, Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword. He immediately unleashed his flying sword. The sword energy and blade energy collided in the air. The blade energy shattered in an instant. However, the sword energy didn't completely disappear, and it even cut off a strand of Li Dian's hair. Humph! Li Dian coldly harumphed, then he swung the long blade in his hand again. The violent blade energy transformed into a ferocious white tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He threw out a punch. A dazzling white light burst out from the god's fist, and it shattered the white tiger into pieces. Although the fist energy had disappeared, however, this caused Li Dian and the others to reveal shocked expressions. What's there to be surprised about? The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang is a third-level Shattered Core warrior. I can even kill him. Why are you so surprised when I blocked your attack? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. I don't want to be enemies with you, Hua Divine Sect, that's why I've shown you mercy. I hope you don't push your luck. Also, you better think about it carefully. I'm a disciple of the Golden Heavenly Region. Do you really want me to snatch treasures in the Heavenly Hall? Li Dian's expression changed again. Ling Xiao was right. If they started a fight in the Heavenly Hall, it might cause a split in the Patriarch Society. Golden Emperor had a bad temper. Let's go! Feng Hui coldly harumphed. Actually, they didn't want to fight here. They just wanted to intimidate him. He thought that as long as an ordinary disciple was intimidated, the other party would definitely hand over the treasure. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be such a stubborn person. Stubborn and crazy. Senior brother, are we going to give up just like that? Isn't that a bit too cowardly? Li Dian looked at Feng Hui and said angrily. Give up? Hee, how is that possible? He can't stay in the Heavenly Hall forever. Even if we want to kill him, we can't do it here. This is the territory of our Yuhua divine sect. Once we kill him, no matter what, the Golden Heavenly Region will suspect us. Feng Hui sneered. He's just an ordinary disciple. Does Golden Emperor really care about his life and death? Shang Mao said. Ordinary disciple? You probably don't know, but he just won the Golden Battles Championship. He's about to become an official disciple of the Golden City. Everyone in the Golden City is paying attention to him. Feng Hui said. There's no hurry, only we know that the Twin Tiger Divine Seal is in that kid's hands. If we don't say it, he definitely won't spread it around. What should be ours will be ours sooner or later. Senior brother is wise, Li Dian said respectfully. Feng Hui was the strongest among the three of them. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. Get someone to keep an eye on them. As long as they leave the Heavenly Hall's central area, we'll make our move. Feng Hui sneered. At the same time, he watched the people from Yuhua Divine Sect leave. Ling Zhao's eyes gradually turned cold. If this wasn't the Heavenly Hall's central area, he would definitely kill those three. But now, he had to plan for the long term. Master, are we still going to the ruins? Dong Wanyu asked. Yes. Why not? Humph, although I know that after entering the ruins, those guys will definitely chase after me even more crazily. But do you think I'm so easy to kill? Ling Xiao wouldn't change his plan just because of Yuhua Divine Sect. He would do what he should do. Chapter 4487. Master, are we still going to get the heaven token? Dong Wanyu looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but ask. Yes, but we have to go to Paradise Sea City first. Ling Xiao was holding something in his hand. It was a dagger. Perhaps to outsiders, the dagger was nothing special, but Ling Xiao knew very well. He had given the dagger to Cold Plum. How did it fall into the hands of these people? He had to find out. As for why he had to go to Paradise Sea City, the reason was simple. Paradise Sea City was the base of Yuhua sect. Those people should have also returned to Yuhua divine religion. Master, I'll do whatever you say. Dong Wanyu smiled sweetly. In the past, when she had no one to rely on, she had to solve problems alone. Now that she had a master, she felt so blessed. She didn't even need to use her brain, she just needed to let her master make the decision. The two of them changed direction and flew toward Paradise Sea City. Paradise Sea City was still in the Paradise District, but it was next to an oasis lake. The lake was huge, and it was a saltwater lake, so people called it Paradise Sea. This was the market, which was Paradise Sea City. The two of them didn't fly far when they suddenly saw a lively atmosphere. It was a big market, and there were many big and small ships by the saltwater lake. Was Paradise Lake really a lake? Ling Xiao was a little emotional. Looking from the sky, it seemed to be more vast than the sea he had seen before. Almost all kinds of ships were gathered here. There were tall turreted ships, flywheel ships, sailboats, and even steel-armored battleships. Anyway, all the ships that Ling Xiao had seen before had appeared here. He had to admit that the chaotic sand ocean was a good place. There were so many different kinds of people gathered here. Paradise Sea City was probably the most lively place in the entire chaotic sand ocean. Master, the biggest shop in Paradise Sea City is called Sky Sea Pavilion. It's run by the Patriarch Society. Even Yuhua sect doesn't dare to do anything rash. If we want to buy something, it's the best place to go. There are all kinds of herbs, weapons, and treasures there that you can't imagine. There's nothing you can't buy. Also, if you want to sell something, they'll buy it. When they arrived at Paradise Sea City, Ling Xiao was still clueless. Luckily, Dong Wanyu was here. Where is the headquarters of the Yuhua sect? Ling Xiao asked. Well, it's right next to Sky Sea Pavilion. Dong Wanyu pointed at a building that looked like an imperial palace and said, There it is. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. To Sky Sea Pavilion. Now that he knew the location of Yuhua Divine Religion's nest, he didn't want to barge in recklessly. It was very dangerous to barge in without investigating anything clearly. If things went wrong, he might even get himself killed. The Sky Sea Pavilion was also luxuriously built. It was even bigger than the headquarters of the Divine Flower sect. It was a much bigger palace. Although he looked like one, he wasn't from the Imperial Palace. Not just anyone could enter the Imperial Palace. The Sky Sea Pavilion was a place to do business. The two of them arrived at the Sky Sea Pavilion. Someone came up to them and said, Welcome, gentlemen. May I ask if you are here to buy or sell something? Let's take a look first, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. These shop assistants weren't strong, they were only at the 6th Divine Core realm. However, they weren't fighters, and their combat strength didn't matter. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, someone would come out to deal with them. Please come in. The shop assistant smiled and led Ling Xiao and Dong Wanyu into the Sky Sea Pavilion. Once they were inside, someone came to receive them. The shop assistant led them to a stall where they could buy and sell things. They could choose anything they wanted. After they finished looking and choosing, they could directly pay at the counter. It was very convenient. This place is really big. This was the biggest shop Ling Xiao had ever seen. Although he had been to some shops before, he had never seen one as big as this one. Furthermore, the Sky Sea Pavilion was built in a unique style. Almost every corner was protected by a formation. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do anything rash after entering this place. Only those who were tired of living would dare to cause trouble here. Ling Xiao was looking around aimlessly, but in fact, he was looking around with his Tai Chi eye. Since he saw Cold Plum's things here, it was very likely that Leng Mei was here. Right at this moment, in a VIP reception room of the Sky Sea Pavilion, a few people were sitting there. The room was very luxurious and comfortable. One of them was quite handsome, and he didn't look very old. He looked less than 100 years old. There was an air of elegance in his movements. Everything he was wearing was made of treasures. None of them were ordinary clothes. Next to him sat a girl. She was wearing purple clothes. Her aura was cold and murderous. She was very beautiful. She was the kind of face that men would remember for the rest of their lives. However, the girl seemed to be in a lot of pain right now. She would frown and sigh from time to time. Behind the two of them were 9 powerful guards. They were of different ages, and they were wearing strange clothes. Among the 9 guards, 3 of them were at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. Their strengths were different, but even the weakest of them were at the Shattered Core realm. None of them were people Ling Xiao could afford to offend. There was one more person. Ling Xiao didn't notice that there was a terrifying existence whose aura was almost completely hidden. He was sitting next to the elegant man. He was obviously a guard too, but his status was higher. His strength was even more terrifying. He was a divine physique echelon expert. Who was this elegant man? How could he be protected by so many powerful experts? Ling Xiao frowned and continued to watch. Opposite the elegant man in Cold Plums sat a person. He should be the shopkeeper of the Sky Sea Pavilion. The elegant man said, Shopkeeper Qin, if the Sky Sea Pavilion doesn't have that kind of thing, I'm afraid you can't find it anywhere else. Young Master Tianrei, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the thing you want is really out of stock. Generally, this kind of treasure can only come from the 12 ruins. It's a rare item, and it will be snatched up as soon as it comes out. Shopkeeper Qin smiled bitterly. Young Master Tianrui was the eldest young master of the Yuhua Divine Sect, Yuhua Tianrui. With his relationship with the Patriarch Society, he believed that the Sky Sea Pavilion would give it to him if they really had it. It was obvious that the Sky Sea Pavilion didn't have it at the moment. Young Master Tianrei, it's fine if you can't find it. We just met by chance, you don't have to do this for me. Cold Plum spoke. She felt very uncomfortable with Yuhua Tianrei's enthusiasm. What are you talking about? Miss Cold Plum, don't worry. Your injury, this young master will definitely heal it. As for the friend you're looking for, Ling Xiao, don't worry. I've already sent someone to look for him. Li Dian, Zhang Mao, and Feng Hua are my elite soldiers, they'll definitely find him. Yuhua Tianrei said eagerly. Chapter 4488. Thank you, Cold Plum said plainly. If you can't find him, don't force yourself. Master might not want me to find him. In the past, Cold Plum was a girl with a cold temperament, just like her fighting style. Now, she was the colorful butterfly saintess of the savage beast region and had a cold temperament. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she would never be nice to others. Yuhua Tianrei's expression was a bit unnatural. He was the young master of Yuhua Divine Sect. Although he wasn't his father's favorite son, his status in Yuhua Divine Sect wasn't low. It had always been those women who threw themselves at him. But recently, he was madly infatuated with the colorful butterfly saintess called Cold Plum. He wanted to use force but didn't dare to. So he could only try his best to please her. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be effective. At this moment, a burst of anger ignited in his heart. With his personality, he really wanted to force himself on the woman in front of him. But because of her status, he could only endure it. Just as he was about to speak again, there was a commotion outside. Ling Xiao just wanted to see if he could find Cold Plum. He didn't expect to find Cold Plum in Sky Sea Pavilion's VIP reception room. Although he could see the scene with his Tai Chi eye, he couldn't hear anything. Judging by the movements of her lips, he could guess that Cold Plum was injured. And this injury was very stubborn and required extremely precious herbs to heal. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly stop, Dong Huanyu asked curiously. Master's friend is here, and she seems to be injured. Ling Xiao found the dagger, and chased her here. It was an unintentional move, but he didn't expect to find her. It could only be said that he and Cold Plum were fated to meet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find her in the chaotic sand ocean. Master's friend? Then I must meet him. Dong Wenyu believed that Ling Xiao's friend was definitely not an ordinary person. Other than looking for her master, the most important reason she came out this time was to see the world. He wanted to see more of those strange people to increase his knowledge and experience. Moreover, he was her master's friend, so she wanted to get to know him even more. Ling Xiao left the shopping area on the first floor and went straight to the VIP reception room. Cold Plum was someone who had followed him since the Heavenly Dragon continent. They temporarily separated in the ancient divine tomb. It was also for her better development. Now Cold Plum's cultivation had surpassed his. Clearly, she had received a special inheritance from the savage beast region. Saintess Kai Dai? What an interesting title. However, Ling Xiao felt very uneasy about this kind of inheritance. How could it be a good thing for his strength to increase so quickly? Furthermore, he had just vaguely sensed the existence of a second soul in Cold Plum's body. Although it was hidden very deeply, he had indeed sensed it. This shouldn't be a possession. If it was a possession, the two souls would not be able to get along so well. Even so, he was still worried. Naturally, he had to get to the bottom of things. Soon, both of them arrived outside the VIP pavilion. Aside from the original guards, there was also a group of warriors wearing the standard uniform of Yuhua Divine Sect. They were vigilantly looking around. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape their eyes. There were more than 50 of them in total. The weakest among them was at the 8th level of the Divine Core Realm, which was the perfect Heavenly Core Realm. Li Dian, Zhang Mao, and Feng Hua, whom he had met before, were all here. Just as I thought, Cold Plum is with the people of Yuhua divine sect. This is going to be troublesome. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He obviously couldn't force his way in. They had divine physique realm warriors as well. Even if he summoned the great Devil King, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Besides, the base of Yuhua divine sect was right next to them. He believed there were even more terrifying existences there. Of course, the most important thing was that Yuhua Tianrui didn't seem to be doing anything to Cold Plum. Instead, it seemed like he was helping Cold Plum find herbs. No matter if he was sincere or not, he couldn't just attack her. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll kill all of you. Get lost. Ling Xiao and Dong Wanyu were still a few hundred meters away from the VIP pavilion. Angry roars could be heard coming from the other side. Their attitude was extremely rude. Ling Xiao didn't want to go against these people. He turned to Li Dian and said, "Old friend, don't you recognize us? It's you! Why did you chase us all the way here?" Li Dian was surprised. Ling Xiao took out the dagger and waved it around. "I saw something belonging to an old friend, so I came here to have a look. I didn't expect it to really be here. My little maid seems to have a good relationship with your young master. Are you really going to stop me?" Actually, aside from Feng Hua, Li Dian, and Zhang Mao, he didn't take any of them seriously. In front of him, Heavenly Core Warriors and Extreme Core Warriors were nothing. Li Dian's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, someone in the pavilion reacted. Ling Zhao's voice was really loud. As long as the people in the pavilion weren't deaf, there was no way they couldn't hear him. The door was opened, and the first person to rush out was a girl in purple. After being separated for so many days, the girl seemed to have become even more beautiful. She even had a celestial aura. No wonder Yuhua Tianrui was fawning over Cold Plum. With such a beauty, no matter who it was, they would definitely fall for her. Dong Wanyu was stunned. What a beautiful girl! Is she master's wife? Perhaps she thought that only a beauty like this was worthy of her master. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao, and she was stunned. Many times in the past she had dreamed of seeing her master standing in front of her. Now that she finally saw him, she felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe it. "What's wrong? You don't recognize me?" Ling Xiao let out a bright smile. His white teeth shone in a friendly light. "Master!" Cold Plum couldn't hold back her excitement any longer. She threw herself at Ling Xiao. She laid her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder and cried. Cold Plum was a strong girl. When she was alone, no matter how much she suffered, she never cried. But today, the moment she saw Ling Xiao, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. This was a true display of her emotions. Anger flashed across Yuhua Tianrui's face. His eyes flashed with viciousness and killing intent. "F***ck, I was fawning over you, but you didn't even give me a good look. When you saw this trash, you actually threw yourself into his arms? Bitch!" Of course, he only thought this in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Cold Plum was the Kai Dai Saintess after all. She had inherited the power of the Saintess. Her current strength wasn't something he could fight against. Moreover, Cold Plum represented the Savage Beast region. A mere Yuhua sect didn't dare to provoke a monster like the Savage Beast region. "Alright, stop crying. I heard you were injured. What happened?" Ling Xiao was most concerned about Cold Plum's injuries. "Actually, I'm not injured. Something went wrong when I was cultivating. As a result, whenever I use my true essence, my entire body hurts. I can't take it." Cold Plum felt a warmth in her heart. Master really cared about her. The first thing she did when she saw him was to ask about his injuries. Chapter 4489. Cold Plum, is this the friend you've been looking for? Yuhua Tianrui couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted the conversation between Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Yuhua Tianrui indifferently. He was less than 100 years old, but his strength had already reached the second level of the Shattered Core realm. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't considered a genius either. Why are you pretending to be confused? Li Dian and the others seem to have seen me just now. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He could tell that Yu Hua Tianrui was interested in Cold Plum. However, he had other thoughts. Cold Plum was someone who had been with him since the Tianlong continent. Their relationship was very deep. He would never allow anyone to hurt Cold Plum. Hee, Brother Ling, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Those three people don't know you. Yu Hua Tianrui smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered. It better be so. Cold Plum also looked at Yu Hua Tianrui and said, If I find out that you dare to attack my master behind my back, I won't be polite. Even if I have to taste the pain of thousands of arrows piercing my heart, I'll still kill you. Her expression became extremely cold. She didn't like Yu Hua Tianrui to begin with. If this guy dared to hurt Ling Xiao, she wouldn't let him off easily. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yu Hua Tianrui was furious. Cold Plum was actually so cold to him. He wished he could kill Ling Xiao right now. But he couldn't. He still had to maintain a smile and said, If I know that this brother is the saint's friend, I'll definitely treat him well. Shopkeeper Qin, I heard that there's a restaurant in Sky Sea Pavilion? Of course. Shopkeeper Qin smiled and said, Please follow me. Yu Hua Tianrui glanced at Cold Plum and Ling Xiao and said, I'll be the host today and treat you to a meal. Please give me face. Since someone is treating us, of course we have to go. Cold Plum was about to refuse when Ling Xiao spoke up with a smile. After all, Yu Hua Tianrui was the eldest young master of the Yu Hua divine sect. He might be able to get some information out of this guy. Since Ling Xiao had accepted, Cold Plum did not refuse. Cold Plum will listen to master. Let's go. Every time Yu Hua Tianrui heard Cold Plum call Ling Xiao master, he felt upset. But he still had to endure it. The group followed Shopkeeper Qin to the Sky Sea Pavilion, a place that was specially prepared for VIPs. Yu Hua Tianrui was obviously very respected here. After everyone sat down, all kinds of delicacies were served. And it was of the highest quality. In Yu Hua Tianrui's words, as long as it's something that can be bought with money, it's nothing. His guards were basically standing to the side. Only the Divine Body Realm Guard remained seated at the side. They seemed to be his personal bodyguards. Yu Hua Tianrui was still afraid of death. After all, he was not strong enough and was rather arrogant. He had offended many people in the chaotic Sand Sea. During the meal, Yu Hua Tianrui wanted to talk to Cold Plum a few times, but Cold Plum only chatted with Ling Xiao and Dong Wenyu. And it was very lively. She had completely ignored him. Yu Hua Tianrui felt bored and took his leave in advance. Of course, he had already paid the money. Since the two of you have finally met after a long time, let's chat first. I won't disturb you. Yu Hua Tianrui was still able to act as if nothing had happened despite the anger in his heart. It was really hard on him. Seeing that the people who should have left had left, Ling Xiao dismissed the waiter. The three of them sat there, eating and chatting. From Cold Plum's words, he had a deeper understanding of the Yu Hua divine sect. The Yu Hua divine sect was also founded by martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was considered the 3rd largest force under the Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods Alliance. It was also considered a direct subordinate force of the Patriarch Society. After all, the Patriarch Society was just a loose organization. Some things had to be decided by the 13 patriarchs together. That was too troublesome. Therefore, ordinary matters were left to the Yu Hua divine sect. This also made the Yu Hua divine sect even more arrogant. They even felt that they were the representatives of the Patriarch Society. Of course, as an organization directly under the Patriarch Society, the Yu Hua divine sect was extremely powerful. According to Cold Plum, the Yu Hua divine sect had as many as 10 divine physique echelon experts. They were very powerful. After all, whether a sect was powerful or not depended on the experts. Divine physique echelon was the upper limit now. As the young master of the Yuhua divine sect, it was easy to understand why Yuhua Tianrui had a divine physique echelon expert protecting him. After all, he was the sect master's biological son. Moreover, the sect master did not have many sons. It was said that there were only 3. Yuhua Tianrui was the second son. He had an elder brother and a younger brother. The most outstanding one was his elder brother. His younger brother was also very outstanding. It was just that he was still young and was not in the chaotic desert sea. He was currently cultivating in the heaven's sacred ground. Ling Xiao felt a bit of pressure in his heart. He could already feel Yuhua Tianrui's hostility towards him. This Yuhua divine sect actually had 10 divine physique echelon experts. They were not in existence like the Scarlet Sun sacred city. It was too difficult to deal with them. Cold Plum, tell me honestly, how close is this Yuhua Tianrui to you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Cold Plum's attitude determined his attitude towards the Yuhua divine sect. Dongwang Yu only cared about eating at the side. This girl was not only a glutton, but also a ghost. Cold Plum thought for a moment and said, Master, I am now the Kai Dai Saintess of the Savage Beast region. Yuhua Tianrui is probably just trying to curry favor with me. That's why he wants to find herbs for me. However, these herbs are extremely difficult to find, so I don't have much hope. As for what he is thinking, I don't know. I see, I understand. After figuring out the relationship, the next step would be even clearer. But you are the Kai Dai Saintess of the Savage Beast region. Why didn't the Savage Beast region even send a bodyguard to you? Ling Xiao asked in shock. This. Cold Plum stuck out her tongue playfully. I snuck out by myself. They are probably going crazy from anxiety. Oh, you, don't make the people who care about you anxious. No matter what, you go back first. I still have to stay in the chaotic sand sea for a while. Just come back when you want to see me. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. I understand, Master. But Master, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea? Ever since I received the news of you coming here, I have been very worried. Cold Plum asked. Me? I'm here to find 2 things. Ling Xiao smiled and said. These 2 things are very likely to be in the 12 ruins. I came to the Heavenly Hall district to make a trip to the Heavenly Ruins. Heavenly Ruins? Cold Plum suddenly frowned and said. Master, have you obtained the Heavenly Token? Not yet. Ling Xiao shook his head. The Heavenly Token is something that must be obtained. Without the Heavenly Token, it is impossible to enter the Heavenly Ruins. I know that, Ling Xiao said. Then do you know that there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the Heavenly Ruins? Cold Plum smiled bitterly and said, Not only is there a limit to the number of people, but there is also a limit to the time. So troublesome? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. These guys really know how to make simple things complicated. If it was up to him, he could just let them enter and hand over the people who came out. I'll read. Chapter 4490. To put it simply, the Board of Patriarchs represents 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In addition to the strength of the Yuhua Divine Cult and other subordinates. There are a total of 22 quotas. These 22 quotas represent 22 teams. There is no limit to the number of people in each team. It can be 1 person or many people, but there can be no more than 6 people. Every time the Heavenly Ruins opens, a new treasure location will be discovered. At this time, the 22 teams will enter to seize the treasures. In the end, half of the treasures obtained will be handed over, and the other half can be left behind. Isn't it 90% handed over? Ling Xiao asked curiously. 90% refers to the teams that don't belong to the Board of Patriarchs. For example, the Beast Deities Alliance. Cold Plum explained. So that's how it is. Can anyone with any strength enter? Ling Xiao asked again. No. Apart from the Eternal Ruins, there are large-scale restrictions set up in the 12 ruins. Divine Physique Realm martial artists can't enter. Otherwise, the Board of Patriarchs will go and obtain the treasures themselves. There is no need for the younger generation to help, Cold Plum explained. This restriction should be set up by the experts of the Eternal Desert. The Board of Patriarchs has tried all means but still couldn't break it. Then, when will the Heavenly Ruins open again? Ling Xiao asked. If it was too long, he planned to go somewhere else. There were 12 ruins, so he didn't have to hang himself on one tree. About 7 days later, Cold Plum replied. Okay, that's not too long. I have to prepare a little. Oh right, how do I apply for this quota? Ling Xiao asked. He realized that Cold Plum seemed to know everything, so he asked directly. Master, there are 2 ways to apply. One is to directly join the Golden Sky Regions team, but it's not certain whether those people will accept you. The other is to set up your own team and compete. Master, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do it alone. Cold Plum frowned. It's fine if I'm alone, as long as I pass the test. It'll be troublesome if there are too many people, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if he couldn't use the Great Demon King in there, he had other ways. Master, don't forget about me. I can team up with you. Dong Wanyu swallowed the food in her mouth and hurriedly spoke. Master, it's not that I don't trust you. However, there were many experts in the chaotic sand ocean. Even divine physique echelon cultivators couldn't enter. There are also warriors in the core fragmentation realm. It's very troublesome. Cold Plum was worried about Ling Xiao. That's not right. I heard that the restriction doesn't limit strength, but age. Those under 100 years old are not allowed to enter. Dong Wanyu suddenly interjected. That's right, but it's impossible for there to be a divine body realm martial artist within the age of 100. The strongest one is probably at the core fragmentation realm, Cold Plum said after some thought. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then it's easy. Good disciple, come with me to search for treasures. Cold Plum, do you want to join? Why don't you join us? Ling Xiao smiled. Master is indeed master. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Ling Xiao was fearless. Even now, he still hadn't changed. Master, let's not talk about this first. If you really want to go, I have to explain the situation of the Heavenly Ruins. The Heavenly Ruins have a nice name, but it's a name given by the later generations. It's actually very terrifying inside. There are many strange creatures inside. They're obviously walking corpses, but they still have the ability to kill. Moreover, they also have very tenacious vitality. I once saw with my own eyes that a 9th stage core fragmentation realm martial artist was sucked dry by the vines in the depths of the underground. It's that terrifying? Although Ling Xiao said that, he still had a faint smile on his face. Undying creatures? That didn't exist at all. Human martial artists who cultivated to the divine physique echelon couldn't achieve immortality. At most, their vitality would be stronger. It wasn't that those creatures couldn't die, but that people hadn't found a way to kill them. He had the Tai Chi Eye, which was probably the nightmare of those creatures. What other characteristics are there? Tell me all of them? Anyway, you know my character. I have to go, Ling Xiao said with a smile. This Heavenly Ruins has a greatest characteristic, which is that time seems to cycle. It will never move forward. If you can't walk out of this cycle, you will always be trapped in the nightmare of time, never to come out. Cold Plum said. Time cycle. Hearing Cold Plum's words, Ling Xiao was stunned. Not afraid, but pleasantly surprised. What were the 2 things he was looking for? One was the remains of Sun God. The other was the remnant soul of You God. Sun God grasped the will of massacre and the law of space. You God grasped the law of time. This Heavenly Ruins was very likely to be related to You God. He didn't expect that his luck was so good, actually bumping into it here. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. He had to go in this Heavenly Ruins. Anyway, there were still 7 days until the next time he entered the Heavenly Ruins. He could wait. Perhaps after coming out of this place, his strength would have an earth-shaking change. Since Master is determined to go, I'll go with you. It just so happens that the prophecy said that there will be one thing in the treasure this time. It's better than the medicinal herbs I'm looking for. After consuming it, not only can it greatly improve your cultivation aptitude, it can allow a martial artist to be reborn, and it can heal basically all injuries. Cold Plum said with some excitement. What is so magical? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The prophecy said that it's called the eternal fruit. Cold Plum said. Prophecy, you mentioned the prophecy just now. What is this prophecy? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Every once in a while, some words will appear on the jade wall outside the ruins. It predicts where there is treasure and roughly what it is. This is the prophecy, Cold Plum said. So magical, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then besides this eternal fruit, is there anything else in the prophecy? There are many good things. However, there are actually only 4 things that can attract the attention of divine body realm martial artists. The eternal fruit is one of them. The second is the saint-level cultivation technique that surpasses emperor-level cultivation techniques. I've never seen a saint-level cultivation technique before, but I heard that this cultivation technique can only be cultivated by divine body realm martial artists. There is a special power in the cultivation technique. If one is not a divine body realm martial artist, one will definitely suffer from a backlash. However, one thing is for sure, saint-level cultivation techniques are extremely powerful. Much more powerful than emperor-level cultivation techniques. No wonder even those divine body realm old fellows are tempted. There's actually something like a saint-level cultivation technique. Ling Xiao was very emotional. No wonder there were people who kept barging into the ruins even though they were so dangerous. After all, as long as one could get such good things, they would be rich. The third thing is an emperor-level treasure. As for what it is, I'm afraid I'll only know when I see it. However, one thing is for sure. This emperor-level treasure has 10 dragon patterns. It's the highest level mortal level emperor-level weapon.